Good evening and welcome to the Milton Planning Board on September 10th, 2015. This is the fifth meeting of fiscal 2016. My name is Emily Innes. I'm the chair, and I'll ask the other members to introduce themselves.
Alex Whiteside, member.
Michael Kelly, member.
Liam Clark, Planning Director.
Julia Getman, clerk.
Tim Serwinski, Assistant Town Planner.
Brian Furze, member.
Cheryl Tugayas, member.
We are being recorded tonight, and we are on a delayed feed for the broadcast. I'm just going to walk us through the agenda for tonight, and then we'll get into the business in front of us. Approval of past minutes and our next meeting dates, which right now are scheduled for September 24th, October 8th, 22nd, and the town meeting on the 26th. We'll have citizens speak. Under new business, we have an A&R for 152 Robbins Street, an amendment to a special permit for Coulter Landscaping, and discussion and potential vote on the proposed amplified sound bylaw. We have 3 public hearings tonight. At 7:05, we'll do site plan review for 333 Brush Hill Road. This is continued from August 27th. At 7:20, we'll begin the public hearing on the zoning articles for the October town meeting. At 8 o'clock, we'll start the special permit and site plan approval for Thayer Nursery. It's continued from August 27th, and all of these times are, of course, dependent on the public hearing in front of it. And then under old business, we have an A&R for 711 Randolph Avenue. So with that, I've had a request to have the minutes approved at our next meeting, which, given the amount of things we have on our agenda, I think is perfectly reasonable. And Alex?
You want to incorporate your changes on that, your suggested changes on that?
Yes,
Okay,
I'll do that.
thanks.
And thank you very much. So at this point, I will look to anybody who wishes to speak in front of the board, not on a matter that is otherwise happening tonight. So if you're not talking on zoning or any of the other special hearings or any of the other new or old business I've mentioned, you are welcome to come forward at this point. Otherwise, please wait for the public hearing. So Mike, I know you wanted to speak. Are you speaking on anything in front of us tonight?
Yeah,
If it's for the...
I'm confused. You might be able to help me out here.
Okay, well, come and introduce yourself and state your name and address for the record, and then...
Excuse me. I'm Mike Mahalchik. I live at 5 Bunton Street in East Milton. And I came because I was present at a warrant committee meeting where I saw a bylaw, or zoning bylaw being introduced about sound, amplified sound. And I'm the parent of a 27-year-old son who has been confined to my house for the past year and a half because of noise-induced pain. It's extremely debilitating, and we have basically dealt with it ourselves. Replaced the windows in the house. Through some friends of his in high school, he was able to find a job last month, and I want to give a shout out to Peter Berman and Julian Jackson who made that happen. But I don't know if I went on the internet after I saw this bylaw for sound, for amplified sound, and I saw that the city of Newton had a 6-page sound ordinance. And I'm just wondering, there's going to be dark sky and light being considered, and whether we should have sound move at the slower pace than light here.
So just to stop you there, we're going to be discussing the proposed amplified sound. It's not a zoning bylaw the way we've proposed it now, but we will be discussing it with the zoning articles.
So
if you want to be part of that public hearing with your comments, you'd want to wait and speak to it then.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself. That's wasting time with a big agenda.
So all of your comments, if you want to be part of the public hearing, you should wait until that begins.
So here's my dilemma.
Yes.
A wise man named Ted Hayes told me that if I propose something like a 6-page amendment to a existing 1-paragraph thing, that might be out of scope.
Yes.
And I kind of hate to do anything that would encourage more noise. So I don't know if I should be just raising this now or wait. I'll wait till later too.
If you're going to propose that the current amplified sound amendment to the general bylaws becomes which is about a paragraph and a bit, be turned into a 6-page zoning bylaw, then you would be definitely out of scope. However, if you wanted to speak during the public hearing and say that you found because what I'm hearing you say is that you believe the current bylaw is inadequate and you would prefer that the planning board address it differently, I would save that comment and have it recorded as part of the public hearing, because one of the things we'll be doing tonight is deciding which of these bylaws go forward to October and which would be held and submitted in January for the Maytown meeting. So it sounds to me from what I'm hearing that what you'd like to say would have a bearing on that decision by the board.
Okay, I am willing to give up watching part of a football game to come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and we'll make sure that you're recognized when you get to that point. So at this point, we are getting close. We've actually passed the time for the site plan review on 333 Brush Hill Road. Are those people here? So let's start you up, and
Can I maybe do that A&R for 152 and get those people out of here? It'd be quick.
are they here? Are the other people for the other A&Rs here as well?
Just the first one.
Okay, so do you mind waiting a few more minutes for us to start? Okay, that's what I wanted to check. Great, thank you. So if 152 Robbins Street, if the people who are here for that will come up, for the A&R for 152 Robbins?
I'll do it for Mr. Lewis,
Okay.
but Mr. Lewis is here.
Okay, great.
You have a plan before you. Your packet that, The issue here, these two lots exist right now. The house that is at 152 is pre-existing non-conforming, because the frontage comes out to be 148 or something. All they've done is take the entire property line and tilt it into Lot E, the 1.5 that's required, so that the new course, the new chord is 150 feet. So if you were to measure from both property lines in a straight line, you now have 150 feet.
So Lot D and Lot E are existing lots.
Yes.
And what we're doing is we're moving the property lines so that that frontage is now 150 feet.
Yes.
Correct? And can you
Yes.
say why are we making it 150 feet, so people understand?
We have
why?
zoning that requires straight line frontage.
Okay,
In
and
other
that's a
words, it has to
curved-
be from sideline to sideline in a straight line that meets 150 feet.
Okay,
It cannot take and follow the curve of the road to come up to be that 150 feet. By moving that property line 1.5 feet to the left on the plan as you look at it, you achieve a core distance of 150 feet.
okay.
Someone should say on this plan that the court distance is 150 feet. Or to core.
Chord to chord. And there's the old one that shows where it came from.
Do members have any questions on
I
this?
don't know what core to core means, but.
Does that mean corner to corner?
Corner to corner.
Lot corner to lot corner, although it seems to be pointing to the iron rod.
That point is there, but
Iron
this,
rod.
right, this one here is that point there. But you're taking from corner to corner, from that point to that point, 150 feet.
Okay, so it could move this way.
Yes.
Okay, well, looks okay to me.
The A-Rod was the bound. Okay.
Questions? Good. Brian? Questions?
Nope.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, do I have a motion?
I move that we authorize Mr. Clark to endorse this plan as not requiring subdivision approval.
All right, do I have a
Second.
second? Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let us move on to 333 Brush Hill Road. We're going? Okay, so we are now being broadcast live as well as recorded. Just so everybody is aware.
How did they do it? Magic.
It's magic, yes. So since this is a public hearing process, I'm going to run through what the process is for everybody while you get yourself set up. We'll have a report from the staff on outstanding items and new information received since the last public hearing on this. We'll have an update from the applicant on those outstanding items. Any questions from board members? Then we'll take testimony from members of the public. And we'll have identification at the end of that of outstanding items for the next meeting, if there is one. When we get to the point of public testimony, I will give the reminder of what the rules are for that. So, Bill, do you want to update us, or Tim on this one?
So I was saying earlier, there's been a flurry of activity on this project. So the applicant submitted, we had a third-party peer review take a look at the drainage on this project. The applicant's engineers submitted new plans that they briefly presented 2 or 3 meetings ago. We've gotten a response from the third-party peer reviewer that we commissioned, and we got a response from the applicant to that response, which is all information you have in your packets. I assume Fred Geisel is going to present on that. So there's been some back and forth between the applicant and our peer reviewer, and I think it would be appropriate for him to start.
Great, excellent. So if you'll introduce yourself for the record.
Okay. My name is Frederick Geisel. I'm a professional civil engineer working with civil environmental consultants on this project. And the last time I was here, I think it was the end of July. I believe so. Yeah, the
Something like that,
27th of July, something like that, or thereabouts. We had some comments, additional comments from both the planning board and from neighbors, and we made some further revisions to the plans that we presented at that time before we resubmitted, expanded our drainage system a little bit, and then responded to the peer review and included those plans. And I'll just describe what the changes have been from the plans you received back in the end of July. One thing was to leave as much of the area between the houses as undisturbed as we could by grading changes. So we changed some of our grading. We've kind of raised the houses up a little bit so that if there is any excess runoff or whatever there might be, it would be between the houses rather than toward the houses. They're all downhill from the roadway, the driveway, common driveway. So make sure that they were raised up above. So if there's any runoff from off the roadway, et cetera, that would be between the houses in the existing areas that are, which remain pretty well undisturbed. The other thing was one of the neighbors on Beacon Street commented, and one of the other people from CEC had viewed it on one of our visits there about actually water running off kind of almost like a stream, a channel, a ditch where water was running off towards here, towards the end of our access driveway. So what we've done is we've extended our drainage system further up the driveway to make sure we can pick up any flows that are there and actually have a catch basin and 2 catch basins and a manhole there. So if someone actually wanted to make a physical connection to an area drain or something like that into the manhole, they would be able to do that. And it protects these properties because that water would be collected and not running down the hill or over the banks towards those properties. We've added a erosion control, basically a truck. Get the mud off the truck tires before it leaves the site and goes onto the common driveway or Brush Hill Road, et cetera. So that was added, and we basically included those changes since the end of July. We did get a response from Eggleston Environmental on the 4th of September, and responded to that with a letter which had been circulated. And I think, and correct, if I'm misunderstanding anything, but I think we addressed all of the issues that were raised in that letter, and there were just a couple of issues, things to be taken care of. Asked for more test pits in the area of our infiltrator system when we go to install it or prior to installing it, so that if we have to make any changes, we'd be able to do that, accommodate things, change some of the design parameters. we've tried to include a reasonable amount of uphill drainage. And this plan, which is included in the plans we submitted, shows kind of the watershed line that we've included, including the existing drive, common driveway that comes down to the pavement areas. And we will get some flow off of these areas will be coming down into our system. Other flows might be going off and bypassing. You know, they do now, and they will continue to do so. But we tried to take a reasonable approach, and we came up with almost 5 acres of watershed uphill or upstream of our detention area that we're including in our drainage analysis, which is the maximum amount of actually area. It doesn't even include areas beyond that are part of this parcel because they're going to be unchanged. And I would just basically defer to the board. I mean, basically, that's what we've done on the project.
Now, I understand Lisa Eggleston is here, too. Is anybody interested in, do you want to hear her report as well before we ask questions? So, okay, great. Lisa, thank you very much. Lisa, if you'd like to come forward and address your letters, that'd be fantastic.
Can I just sit here?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
And again, introduce yourself into the mic.
For the record, I'm
Yeah.
Lisa Eggleston, professional engineer of Eggleston Environmental. And I was asked by the board to conduct a peer review of the drainage analysis, or the drainage design. And so just to give you a little bit of history, since this is my first time here, I did review the initial project back in June, conducted a site visit, talked with some members of the engineering department and so forth, and submitted in June a relatively lengthy comment letter. And then, as I believe Mr. Geisel referred to, they submitted design revisions, and that was the August 10th design revision, so I think that's post your last meeting. And so last week I submitted some comments on that. And I think for the most part, most of my comments have been satisfactorily addressed. My primary concerns, I was evaluating for conformance with the stormwater bylaw, your Milton stormwater bylaw, which by extension incorporates the DEP stormwater standards. And many of the revisions have been made. Couple of concerns that I highlighted, it's not a requirement of this project. But the fact that this site had been previously identified for potential mitigation for other drainage problems on the larger development. And just pointing out that the development of this portion of the property does preclude implementation of some of those recommendations in the 2010 Conoco study. And so other alternatives would need to be sought if that type of remediation is in fact needed. I did have some questions on the upgradient area that's included, just because and I recognize that the developer here can't necessarily provide drainage controls for everything that's coming onto the site. Usually we like to see that, but this is, got a fairly extensive hill above it. They're clearly mitigating any increases in runoff from the proposed development. So the question is whether or not they can also include in their drainage system, because that water is going to flow into, it flows across the site. And I believe that that's what Mr. Geisel just referred to, that they're getting some, but not all of the drainage that goes through this property. So there will be drainage through these lots that will continue to flow down the hill. The only other thing that I had concern about was having to do with the sizing of the system and just the drainage analysis. When we do an analysis that says that we have detention to attenuate the 100-year storm, I'd raised the issue that this detention is being provided in subsurface structures. So in order to ensure that the 100-year storm is getting to those subsurface structures, the piping system and the catch basins need to be designed to convey the 100-year storm. Now, that's not typical. Usually we design for a 10 or a 25-year storm. But if you're using that detention capacity to achieve the required detention, then you need to ensure that it's getting to that basin. Or you run your calculations and you say it's not going to get into the catch basin, it's going to overtop, and it's going to flood on the roads and whatever, and identify where it is going to flood. And so I'm not sure that that loop has been totally closed. Perhaps Mr. Geisel can answer it more clearly. He did respond to it in the letter. But it talks about the pipe restricting the 25-year flow, but then the only other storage area is for the area that's not getting into the pipe. So I would ask that perhaps be pursued a little bit. And then the other thing was just to recommend to the board that you include in any condition of approval a requirement for additional soil testing, because the additional soil testing that was done in the area that's pretty much cleared now. It shows, positive conditions in terms of, or consistent conditions in terms of soil suitability. But generally, it is a large system. We like to see one actually within the footprint of the infiltration system. So that could be done at the time of installation. They just over-excavate, document that it has at least 2 feet to groundwater and bedrock, and that it's suitable.
And if it's not suitable, what happens?
Well, I wouldn't be recommending it if I didn't expect it, but then there would have to be some change to the design, and they would need to come back to you.
Okay, so we should provide, if we provide for additional soil testing, we should provide for the possibility that it's going to require
Yes.
some additional.
Yes, if it does not confirm the design assumptions, that they would return to the board with a revised design. Yep.
I was curious about, you said that it's not going to address some of the flow that's already existing on the site. Is
Correct.
that flow from other parts of the site not included in this particular project, but still part of this development? Or is it coming from off-site completely?
Well, I guess I'm not totally clear on what you're calling off-site and on-site, and I'm not as familiar with the history of this development. But basically, I know that, and I'm not sure which of my comments you're talking about. The plan, the Conoco plan that I referred to, the 2010 one, I think was aimed at dealing with some of the drainage problems that occur along the Brush Hill Road frontage, and bringing some of that flow, intercepting some of it, and if I may, intercepting it and bringing it over, diverting it over here. So it's not flow that currently goes across this property, but diverting it over and basically infiltrating it or storing it in this area.
I guess
So-
the reason I ask is my concern would be if this is already flow that's going into neighboring properties from the development of the mansions at Brush Hill, then it concerns me that there would be nothing to address that just because it's not in the site that's specific to this development. And
Well-
then I wonder if it's going to get channeled because now there's houses, and then will it get channeled between the houses?
To some extent
and
it will.
create more of a stream instead of spread out? And then I wonder if the disturbance of the soil and the removal of trees would also increase that.
Well, I'll answer your last question first, and the disturbance of the soil, the removal of trees will increase it, but that part has been factored into their
Okay.
design. Just as with any development, they need to mitigate for the potential increases that are caused by clearing the trees, adding impervious area, and so forth. And so what I would say is that the design that's proposed with the roof infiltrator systems and this larger infiltration system does compensate for the projected increases that would occur. What it does not do is it does not capture all of that runoff that's currently draining down next to the tennis court and across this property. And you're right, it is possible that it could be channelized in those, in the grading between here.
Other questions from board members?
Well, is it going to be better?
Well, I believe Mr. Geisel did indicate that they have added a portion of that drainage area into this, so it's, you know, it is going to capture some of the runoff, yes.
Overall, though, is this development, the drainage from this development going to be better? The whole shooting match, the Brushwood Estate development, is the drainage going to be better than it currently is?
I would say that this provides a net increase in capture and infiltration of the runoff.
Yes.
Mike, you had a
I
question?
guess.
My question was similar, and that was just that people downhill of this site will probably experience less runoff.
I would assume that, yes.
Okay.
Now, on the 100-year storm, you're saying the retention system is sized to accept the 100-year storm, but you're saying the manholes, the catch basins, the size of the pipe that leads to it does not allow.
Does not necessarily, no, that's designed for a 25-year storm. So that was the issue that I raised and I think should be clarified.
So the retention and
If it can't get to the retention system, it's kind of moot.
then it's oversized for a useless reason.
Right.
So then I think we should have some clarification on
Yes.
that, so.
Can I address that?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
There was actually only one portion of the piping system that is not sized for a 100-year storm. And that is, we have basically to collect the flow that's coming in from here, from the tennis court and from surrounding areas that may be draining into here. We have creating basically a little basin in that area. And purposely, we have sized the outflow pipe from this basin tying into our rest of our drainage system, undersized it purposely, so that we would retain some of the flow in this basin during extreme storms, 25-year storm, 100-year storm that we analyzed. And it would build up less than a foot of storage under a 25-year storm, and maybe up to 1.5 feet of storage, ponded water, temporarily during a 100-year storm. And that was in my response letter dated September 8th. That was done purposely just to take some of the pressure off what's coming into the system. The rest of the pipes will handle a 100-year storm with no problem at all. We went through a complete analysis of that. We did a couple things. We have a storm scepter that's right off the edge of the road. It's about a 20-foot length of pipe. We actually upsized. We could have served that storm scepter with a 12-inch pipe, but we have had to increase the slope and therefore increase the velocity coming in there. So we increased it to a 15-inch pipe, flattened the slope so that the flow would be a lot smoother and not as fast coming in there, and therefore allow the storm scepter system to work better. So we purposely, we looked at every little part of it, and then coming out of the storm scepter, it's a increased flow. We kept the 15-inch pipe as a steeper slope coming down to our infiltrators, basically to get everything down there as quickly as we can. So basically, we've upsized everything. It'll deliver the 100-year storm to these infiltrators. The fact is, we're capturing all the flows coming down through here, so that where there may be channel flow, and we reported a channelized flow in this area here, we won't have that anymore. We're intercepting all those flows. So instead of the flows coming down through here during extreme storm, we're going to capture it all in the drainage system coming into here and our little basin, or in the roadway that's basically going to block all that flow and capture it, so that we will definitely decrease the off-site flows, the channelized flows and flooding that might occur to downstream properties. Definitely do that.
Is the natural basin that you created to retain the water intentionally,
Yes.
is it constructed so that it won't wash out?
Right,
Is it
yeah.
necessary to have any maintenance
Backside,
periodically?
well, there's going to be just a catch basin drainage there, and that's going to have a sump in it, so if there's any siltation, whatever, and that's called for in our maintenance program to, all the catch basins will be, cleaned out periodically. If there's any silt and sand in the basin, they'll be cleared out. And what's surrounding it is basically a retaining wall, a small, fairly short retaining wall, but it's going to be a retaining wall, concrete structure going all the way around here, so that it basically creates essentially a dam, small dam. We're only talking about a couple feet high on this side, so it's not going to be
Can you point to where the catch basins are in the roadway?
they're hard to see, but
Yeah.
there's two up at the upper end of our driveway up
Okay.
here, across from the first lot.
Okay.
There's another two basins down here. We go into our drain system here, catch basins here. There's other catch basins up on this section over here. So there's basically like, show a little bit clearer on the plan and profile plan.
Yeah, I was just curious when you said the roadway would capture some of the runoff.
Right.
It's Cape Cod berm, right? So it could
It's-
go over that pretty quickly, so it has to get to the catch basins, right?
Right, yes. And one of the things I commented on in terms of the more than the 25-year storm is that this portion of the roadway is fairly steep. It's up to 8% slope, and that, with that kind of a slope, some of the water running in the gutter line, basically we have a roadway profile from the center line of the road over, and then we have Cape Cod berm. So the channels of water towards the side where the Cape Cod berm is, between the edge of the road and then the berm coming out. In an extreme storm, some of that water may bypass the catch basin, and it'll flow down to the low point of the road. So there may be some limited ponding, temporary ponding, as the water gets into the drainage system, and that will may occur. And that occurs all the time. It's basically ponding in the street. You see it until the water can get to where it's got to go and drain out. Usually it happens when you have grades that are very shallow pitched and there's not much slope to them, so that water puddles on the edge of the road after every storm. But this is a situation where we have a fairly steep slope driveway. The water may bypass the catch basin in an extreme storm and then make it down to the next catch basin at the low point and pond a little bit before it goes into the system.
Any other comments from board members or questions from board members before we open this up to the public? All right, if not, if you two will sit back. So we're going to do the public testimony. So I'm going to ask that you wait to be recognized before speaking. Come to the table and give your name and address and speak into the microphone. When you're done, please leave the table. All questions or comments must be directed to the chair. Speakers may not cross-examine the applicant, board members, or other speakers. The applicant will be asked to respond to questions at the end of the public input session. And in this case, because we also have an engineer who's been working for the town, she also will be able to answer questions. So does anybody wish to speak on 333 Brush Hill Road? No? All right. Oh, well, please come forward. You got to jump quick.
I'm 275 Brush Hill Road, Nancy Cohen. And I've been to
Welcome.
every meeting. And I have to be honest, I don't understand if it's going to help my house. Maybe the catch basins, and it sounds like we're protecting 333 Brush Hill Road. But could somebody explain to me if my house is going to be any better off?
Can you show us on the plan where your house is? And more importantly, show both the engineers where your house is.
Down the plan.
Down at Truman.
This one is a little bit, this is Brush Hill Road. This is Brush Hill Road, I think we just off the plan.
I'm right-
75,
right-
right in the corner. This is Brush Hill Road right here.
Yeah, 275 Bush Hill Road. Here, you want me to show you on this map here?
Right, that's here.
Beacon Street, I'm down here.
295 is here.
I'm off the map.
295 is here.
295
Five,
is the neighbor.
next door neighbor's here, down here.
I'm 2 houses over.
Right, okay, you're down here.
Exactly, I have to speak here. Anna just moved, she's at 85, I'm 275. I'm right as you come up.
You'll need the
Russell Road.
microphone.
Hold on, hold on.
Right behind you. There you go.
I'm sorry.
You're the town engineer.
She's a consultant.
Consultant, okay. So I'm off the map, but
Okay.
275 is as you come up Brush Hill Road from Truman Parkway. I'm the first house on the right.
Okay.
And I've lived in the house as of July 2015 for 16 years. I had a lawn 16 years ago. And I'm not sure if this plan is going to make any difference. I'm not sure because I don't understand what's been discussed because I can't see. It sounds like 333 is better because my neighbor told me when I moved in, Nancy, that half the problems was because of the condos. So I have to congratulate everybody. I think you're doing a better job with the condos, but I still don't know if my house is going to be any better off.
Okay. So hold there for 1 second.
Yeah.
Is anybody else here for 333 Brush Hill Road whose house is a close abutter? Because then we can ask them to address all of the flows at once. Anybody else for 333 Brush Hill Road? Okay, we're going to get an answer to
Thank
your
you.
question.
Thank you.
So, all right. So if you two will, if you'll come back, yes, please, sir, and walk through how this will work.
This, oops, I'm sorry, I just had to slide over here so you can see this neighbor is down over here off Brush Hill Road. All of our activity is this way, basically to the west. I'm sorry, to the east. My direction's correct. No, to the west. I was right. Looking upside down, that's west, over here. Of that property, and all of our activity is going here, and basically all of the drainage that we're picking up is flowing in this direction. That there's an existing drain system that up in the upper regions here, which is collected and goes out to Brush Hill Road, and we're not affecting that. We're not adding to it. We're basically going to pick up what doesn't get into that drain system that may come down to here now, and we're going to try to pick that up and infiltrate it. But we won't be adding anything there, and we really can't take that flow out of Brush Hill Road. We can't do anything about that. Okay.
You did a really good job.
So,
Yeah, I can't really add to that. I think that was the drainage issue that the Conoco study was aimed at remediating.
So the bottom line assumption would be that be zero positive, negative effect to you as a result of this.
The only thing is, are you aware that along Brush Hill Road outside of 333, as I walked along the wall, here like drains out? You know that.
So you have to address comments to me, and then,
I'm sorry.
yes, and make sure you have the mic so the
Yeah,
camera
so
can pick up.
if you look at 333 Brush Hill Road from the Brush Hill Road side and you look at the wall, there are actually drains coming out of the wall from the, and you see that water, because I've walked the street during heavy, I wouldn't say 25 or 100-year rainstorms, it's like we have them every year. And there is water coming out, draining out of the 333 complex onto the street. So I'm wondering if you were aware of that, if they were aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so again, direct that back over to you. Just pass the mic back. Sorry, there's only one down there. Do you affect those drains at all?
we don't affect those drains, only in that if there is a extreme amount of flow, and we're doing some grading as to build this roadway, that if some of the water, and I think what those drains are basically as like a relief from the wall elevation, like a weep hole, et cetera. That's how, letting the groundwater that may be building up behind the wall to drain out. So I don't think they're adding a lot to flow there. The only thing we might be affecting is if we're picking any of the flow up here, but that's pretty far away from Brush Hill Road. If we're picking any of the flow up here, that, that might migrate that way. The grades are not conducive
No.
to that, so I don't think we'll have really much effect on it.
Okay. So ma'am, we're starting to move into a back and forth here, which we
Right.
really should not be doing.
right.
So if you have any further questions, I'm going to ask you to ask them all at once so that they can address
I'm
them all
done.
at once. You sure? Okay,
Well,
because
yeah.
I want to give you the time to answer. I just
No,
want to
that's
make
why I
sure.
had to get up, because nobody else is representing, but
Okay.
at least I came and heard what you were doing. We'll
Okay.
see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, the board should discuss the next steps. Do we have any further questions? Are we at a point where first of all, is there anybody else here who wishes to speak to 333 Brush Hill Road? All right, seeing none. Do board members feel that they have sufficient information at this point to close the public hearing? Is there something that you feel is, information that you feel is outstanding?
I'm satisfied.
Alex, Mike?
I think we can close the public hearing.
Okay.
And I think that someone should prepare a draft, and then we can discuss it in the context of our deliberations.
Okay. And are you making a motion to close the public hearing?
I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, any other deliberations? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Does anybody wish to volunteer to prepare the draft for discussion at our next meeting?
I'll prepare a draft, but it won't be ready for the next meeting.
Okay. First meeting in October? Is that reasonable?
We'll try for that.
Okay, let's aim for
Try
that.
there.
All right, so we're going to have our deliberations on this at our first meeting in October, which would be October 8th. Alex will be working on the draft, probably in conjunction with town planning staff, so he may be in touch with one or both of you on that. And thank you very much for attending. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So the next public hearing on our agenda is the zoning articles for the October town meeting. And we're also going to be discuss the proposed amplified sound amendment to the general bylaw at the same time. So we are going to open that public hearing right now. I'd like to sort of do a little introductory piece to let people know where the board is with this and what we've been doing. So this was kicked off in May as an initiative of the planning board to do some proactive zoning research and preparation of articles. This came out of a couple of different sources. One is the master plan that the town recently went through a multi-year process on, and the planning board voted to accept as our town's master plan in June. It also came out of work that the planning board has been doing over the last few years, where we've seen various issues come in front of us as part of either citizen requests or proposals for articles or work we've been doing in our special permit hearings. And so what we did was we divvied up a whole list of issues at the beginning of the summer. We've had 3 public workshops or forums, one in June, one in July, and one in August. We have proposed some language. We took a couple of things off the agenda for this October. We have proposed language for several articles for the October town meeting, and tonight is our formal public hearing on those articles. They've been out for public comment, both by people going to the public workshop and also online. One of the things we recognized in doing this over the summer is that a lot of people may not be around for every meeting in the summer. So in addition to significant public outreach led by the planning staff to let people know about the workshops and our initiative, we also put everything online, including the presentations that were done at each of the workshops. We set up an online survey that people could take from anywhere at any time, and 2 sets of comment periods online as well. We have been learning a lot about how to do this through the process. In many ways, kicking it off over the summer was an excellent test process to see how we could reach out to people, where some of our outreach was working and where some of it wasn't. It was also a good test process for seeing how many people interacted with us. I will say this public hearing is very much still part of the process. And if board members feel that any of these zoning proposals are not ready for prime time, as it were, if they are not ready for October, then I certainly am very comfortable in setting them aside for January and continuing to work on them. We have no mandate to bring all of these articles, or in fact, any of these articles to town meeting. Having said that, there are a few articles that people have expressed really deep interest in, one of them being signs. We do have to report back to town meeting on condominiums, but if what comes out of tonight is I get up at town meeting and report on the process and say, hey, we weren't satisfied, we're bringing them back to you in January, I have no problem doing that. This is something that the planning board and the town has not done before. You may or may not want to consider how many people we were able to reach over the summer. Certainly the articles that are on deck for discussion tonight, some of them have a number of ramifications for the town. And I think that whatever we decide to go forward tonight, we should, at the town meeting in October, be able to say to the town meeting members, our next public meeting to discuss zoning will be on such and such a date. Because I'm not sure how many of these will survive our discussion tonight. But we should be prepared. We should be prepared with a plan going forward for whatever happens, whether it's for the articles that are in front of us tonight going forward to January, or whether it's for the articles that we've already taken off the table going forward to January, or indeed to October of next year. So having said that, let me pull out the articles that we're going through tonight so the public's aware of them. We'll start discussion with board members. This is not the same as the special permit process, just so you know. What we're going to do is I'll read out which articles we've got. Then we'll have some discussion from board members, and then I really want to open it up to public comment early, because I see a number of people that have been at some of the meetings. And then we will come back to board discussion of these articles and decide what we want to do about them. So going forward at the moment for discussion tonight, we have a proposed sign bylaw, inclusionary zoning, accessory dwelling unit, lighting bylaw, non-conforming dimensions, non-conforming business use, bed and breakfast, and the amplified sound, which is a general bylaw rather than a zoning bylaw. So first, board members, I'd like to hear from you. And on Cheryl, I saw your hand up, so I'll recognize you first, and then we'll go to the public for comment. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out whether we got town council opinion on the draft bylaws.
We have not received town council opinion on the draft bylaws.
And do we have a sense of when we will receive that?
Bill, were you able to speak to town council office?
Put several emails into them, and I have not heard.
Okay. And then second question, just process-wise.
Yes.
At town meeting, if these articles, some or all, are decided to be deferred until the spring, will there be opportunity to make presentation about the articles at the fall town meeting? So there's a lot of people there, all the town
Yes.
meeting members, obviously.
Yes.
It's a good audience, and it's recorded, so the public can see it. So it seems like it's a good opportunity to get input, or at least make people aware so that they can follow up at the next meeting that we have following that.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. Now, normally, as you know, at town meeting, you can only address the articles that are in front of the town. However, the moderator has the ability to allow people, the discretion, I should say, to allow people to make reports or presentations of things that aren't specifically on the warrant. He's certainly done that in the past. And we have been asked, if you remember from the Maytown meeting where several articles did not go through because they were referred back to the planning board, we were asked to report on that. So depending on what happens tonight, I would certainly make a request to the moderator that we be allowed to make a presentation to town meeting to say what we've been doing on, what's before them or potentially not before them, and what the next steps in the process are. And I have not obviously checked with him yet on that, but he's certainly been very helpful in granting things like that in the past. So I think that would be an excellent idea, rather than just saying, hey, we didn't have anything for you, and our next meeting is. I think it would, in fact, be important to make a presentation on what we've been doing and why. So,
Well, I think it's important to get as much awareness and feedback as possible. Rather than having an article that raises a lot of questions at town meeting that gets sent back to the planning board for
Right.
more study, which is a possibility.
Yes.
You know, still. But the more people, granted that the summer's a busy time and not everyone's aware and watching the reruns of our meetings, it is a good opportunity, I think, to make people aware again before they come back to them.
any other comments from board members before we
On the
go?
sign bylaw,
Yes.
let me distribute this. I made comments on all the bylaws, 17 pages, single space. Go to page 6,
Page 6.
which are my comments on the sign bylaw.
Yep.
And this bylaw came because people were unhappy about lights, and they said the discretion in the selectmen is too great. And what has happened here is that there are some standards established, but in the end, the selectmen are given discretion to decide whatever they want. And it is exactly the same as what we have now, except far more complicated, almost impossible to comprehend. It isn't an improvement. If anything, it's a step backward. And it doesn't address the problem of lights, because the selectmen, it says, you know, towards the end, certain lights are permitted and certain are not permitted, but then the selectmen can waive it, can make an exception to these things. So I don't think it addresses what the problem was. I've got some other issues. It combines the sign requirements for both the business and the residence districts into one combined body. And this is a huge mistake. Currently, they're separate. The signs in the residence districts are likely to be basically political signs and idea signs and holiday lighting, which I might say this bylaw says all of these are exempt from any regulation. The residence lighting issues should be separately in a separate section, just the way they are now. And don't get me wrong, it's a terrible separate section now, but it should be fixed. It just shouldn't be folded in with this other thing. This bylaw has 5 pages of definitions, many of which are nowhere used in the bylaw. And beyond that, they want to put all these definitions into the general definition section of the bylaw, which would cause it to be probably 5 times as long as it is now. Many of these are specialized definitions, such as normal grade. You put that in the general definition section, people will think, well, normal grade is applicable everywhere. It's not. It's only applicable to signs. The definition of sign last year, or the last time we did signs, was said to be far too broad. So they've refined it down so that a number of things are no longer covered, like political signs, like idea signs, like holiday lighting. I mean,
Alex, can I
Yeah.
just stop you there? I think some of your review was on an earlier
no,
draft.
it was on
It was on the August 26th.
August 26th,
Okay, I just
2015.
wanted to make sure that
I
was the
looked at
case.
the new definition was changed from the, I mean, this thing
Yeah.
has been changed all along the line. It
Well-
was only put to bed on August 27th, when the ad came out. August 26th, this was an August
Yes.
26th.
Do you know
the
what?
day
Whoa,
before.
stop. First of all, hold on a sec. I just want to say, for those of you who can't see Alex's comments, that Alex has given the most thorough and thoughtful comments of any member of the board. And I have to say that I personally have always relied on Alex to do that. I will say, however, the reason that it was put to bed on August 27th was it was 12:30 a.m. on August 27th, after I'd had a meeting with the sign review committee that lasted for approximately 3 hours, and then I had to go home and make the changes on that. So be slightly fair on that. I agree, in fact, with many of your comments on all of the articles. I will say on signs, this is substantially different from what we have in our sign bylaws. And what I had heard from a number of sources, including people who had appeared in front of town meeting and the planning board, is that they were looking for more strict regulations. Now, we had talked a little bit earlier about whether or not something should go forward to town meeting, any of these should go forward to town meeting. And one reason to put any of these articles in town meeting is to get the input back from town meeting members. And the sign bylaw is an interesting one in that respect, because what it does is it says if this town wants a stricter set of sign regulations, this is one way of doing it. And it would be, a stricter set of sign regulations would be a substantially longer set of regulations than we have now. However, the town may not want that. And one of the things that's been interesting, and Alex started to allude to it with his definitions and with some of the others, is how much of what we want to regulate on signs goes in the design guidelines that already exist and could be modified versus the zoning regulations. And this, and I'm bringing this up now, and Alex, I'll let you continue in a second, but I'm bringing this up now because it's an important point for all of the bylaws that are in front of us, which is how much does the town want to be bound by the regulations versus how much it wants in some sort of guidance document that the planning board or the ZBA or the Board of Selectmen can use in limited circumstances. And the reason, Alex will be before you, Cheryl. Yeah. And the reason I bring this up under sign bylaws, but we may want to consider it for some of the others that have design guidelines in them, is that items that are in the zoning bylaws have a legal requirement. They have a regulatory effect. Somebody coming in front of the planning board or the ZBA under the zoning bylaws must meet those criteria. If they're in design guidelines, a separate design guideline document, the way we have for the sign review committee now, they provide guidance as to how the application might be treated, but they don't have the same force of law, they don't have the same teeth as they do in the regulatory documents. Now, some towns and cities have their zoning so that it says, okay, here's the basic zoning. We're going to point you to the design guidelines for how you're going to be treated, whether it's a special permit or a sign permit or however. And others have these things written into the regulations. And I think this is a question that we need to address, obviously, tonight if we take any of these forward. And the town as a whole needs to address how much do they want in the zoning regulations and how much do they want in the design guidelines. Alex, I'm going to look back to you, and then I know Cheryl had a question as well. But I just wanted to treat that larger point.
All right. Well, if you look at the criteria for review by the sign review committee.
Can you give us the page, please?
Page 9 of the, page 8 and 9 of the zoning.
Yep.
Their principal criteria is said to be the Town of Milton Sign and Facade Design Handbook as adopted and amended by the Board of Selectmen.
Yep.
So the Board of Selectmen are creating the standards by their booklet. Now, the standards are, there are some standards in this document, but very few. Most of the standards would appear in this design booklet established by the Selectmen. So the enacting this 18 pages of almost incomprehensible text would have no particular beneficial effect, and it certainly wouldn't make it a tighter process, because the selectmen can waive it.
That actually reflects current practice, and I was asked by the sign review committee to put it in there.
And current practice is fine, but why change it to just do the current practice in a different way? I mean, you have the sign review committee, and they do a great job. So what does this do? It substitutes the building commissioner for the sign review committee.
It doesn't
which is-
actually. That's one of the
it does
things I
actually.
changed.
It does actually.
All right, so I understand that you have deep concerns about this, but it's not the only zoning article in front of us.
I understand
Right, I
that,
know.
but this is the first time I have been able to discuss these before the board.
I've been inviting everybody at the last few meetings to discuss them, but please, go ahead, Alex. I just want to make sure we have time for everything.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. You've been inviting everyone. You should have put it on, and before this was written and changed, it should have been discussed. The changes should have been discussed with the board. The board should have been part of the process. The only person who came up with this is you. I made some comments.
did.
You pick and choose. You
Yes.
picked and you chose among those comments.
All
I'm
of-
making some of the same comments now, but that's not the way the process is supposed to work. If this is a planning board article, the planning board is supposed to have had some input into it, and it hasn't, in my view.
So everybody made comments by email. Those were distributed to all of the authors of the articles. All of the authors of the articles, presumably, I know I did, took into account what the other planning board members said. This has been an agenda item at every single meeting this summer. At every single meeting, I've asked what board members wanted to do. We talked about the process going forward. If you feel that the board has not had sufficient input into this or any other article, then I say that weighs into our decision as to whether or not we want to go forward in October. I mean, I accept that as a perfectly reasonable criticism. If that's an issue, yeah, absolutely, then let's talk about that.
It's an issue with me. This is not.
That's fine.
I mean, when you do zoning, if someone comes up with an idea and they say, okay, let's do a sign bylaw.
Yeah.
Then, I, 2 years ago, did a sign bylaw.
You did.
Which, was totally rejected. You didn't use any piece of it. It was basically directed at residential signs.
Yes.
And it fell short because of holiday lights, basically. But, if at the beginning you said, how should we go about this? You said, I've got some great examples from other towns. I might have said, well, I sort of like what I did 2 years ago. It doesn't need much to fix it. But there was no, you came up with your draft, and then you got comments and you changed your draft, and on
It's
10 past 12 on August 27th, you filed it as the planning board document. And that's not how the process is supposed to work, in my view.
Fair enough. That's your view. I accept that as your
And
view.
I really believe that this is the first time that a proper opportunity has been given to the planning board members to express their views.
Fair enough.
That's my view. I don't like the definition of sign. I don't think as I say, it doesn't cover political signs.
It's Framingham's, just so you
It
know.
may be Framingham's,
I'm
but
not saying
Framingham
Yeah.
is off base.
Yes, Cheryl. Sorry, Alex, if you don't mind, Cheryl has a comment.
Do you mind, this is just more process, not
I
content.
will yield the floor.
Alex, you have submitted to us a lot of detailed comments on all the articles, which we just received and I think haven't all digested. I do think that we need adequate time to work through your concerns. But one of the comments I'd like to make is I'd like for the comments that we all come up with to be helpful to one another. Those of us who are working on drafts of zoning are not attorneys and have little experience writing the zoning. And what we may find from this process is this may not be the ideal way to do this. But on the other hand, let's try to agree on some of the goals that we're trying to achieve here. And I think that's some of the most important part. What are some of the goals with each of these articles? And if they're not ready to take to town meeting, let's get public comment on what they've seen thus far. And that'll help us work through this even further. I personally think that, for example, signage is an important one to address. In the master plan discussions, there were comments about the quality of our commercial districts, if you compare them to some other towns and their commercial districts, and signage is a big part of that. Lighting and signage are big parts of what make a commercial district attractive. So I do think it's something. There are people who are unhappy about particular signs that were approved by the selectmen, and they are unhappy about the process that is discretionary. So I do think it's a result of people's comments that we're even trying to address this. And I think that's some of all of these articles. I think from the housing production plan to the master plan to other citizens petitions that have come before town meeting, I think we're trying to address some of the frustration of some people, or even just the suggestion of some people to let's make some improvements. So I think as a goal, the sign bylaw is a great goal. I do think we can, the detail of how to get there, I think we're short on a lot of these articles on exactly how to get there with the language of it. So opinion about some of it, which are legal questions Alex had. I personally feel as if we can't move forward town meeting without legal counsel opinion on some of these. But the general goals of what we're trying to accomplish, let's get people's comments and concerns. So they support the goals, or they don't support the goals. Or they have concerns about some of the details. Let's hear it. Let's hear it from them. So, Alex, if that's my suggestion, is rather than go through the detail list, I personally would like to be able to read through all your comments before. I don't think we're going to have adequate time for you to review 16 pages with us tonight and have a meaningful conversation about it.
Let the public have anything to
Right,
say.
exactly. And I mean, the real point of the public hearing is to let the public have their say and give us some feedback. Yes, Brian.
I feel like we need to talk a little bit about, first of all, I want to commend the process. I think we've had 3 public sessions outside of the planning board meetings that most of us have attended and many people from the public have attended. And I think it's gone a long way to moving some of these bylaws forward. We've made the decision to pull others off for the future, but there's been a lot of time and a lot of effort by a lot of people in this room, both at this table and in the audience, to move some of these things forward. And I think that needs to be recognized. I also think that, I agree with Cheryl, there's a lot of comments here, and I don't think any of this should be rushed. But I do think what you're seeing in this process that's coming from a master plan and many, many discussions and planning board meetings, town meetings that have happened in the past, is a realization or a slow realization that we're working off of bylaws that were drafted almost 100 years ago. And they've been modified as we go, but ultimately there are things that we need to address in our town that can't be addressed under our current bylaws. And I think this is a monumental effort. It's something that certainly can't happen in 4 months. Cheryl makes a very good point. It's troubling to me that we have not been able to have town council review these. It may be, frankly, that might be a point at which we have to say, if we can't have a town council review these before our recommendations, I'm not sure I'm comfortable recommending any of them without town council review. But I think I would like the board, or I would like to acknowledge at least my desire and my goal to start putting an earnest effort into moving these things forward. I must say that there have been many comments at meetings, and many of them have been repetitive, and many of them have been, we need more time, we need more time. That's fine. I think time is okay, but I would like to have more discussion instead of more delay and more postponement. I think Alex I very much appreciate your comments. I think your review is exceptional, and I look forward to being able to continue to work on the bylaws with these comments. I think it makes for a much better bylaw and ultimately a much better town in the end. But I think, I think we need to stop trying to resist what I think most people, at least that I've spoken to, realize is something that we need to sort of catch up here with our bylaws.
Mike?
Yeah.
I saw you.
I'm only saying this because you just said it authentically, I just said, I don't think that people are necessarily resisting as much as they are fearful that in trying to fix something, you may make it worse. I think that's more the inclination than resisting. And I know a lot of people here, well beyond me, have put a lot of effort into this, but, and I don't know whether it's playing into what Alex was getting at or not, but I think we should formulate these bylaws at these meetings. And in that sense, I think I personally could be more help because we could do a little bit of dividing and conquering. Like when you said a certain thing, of definition of sign, well, you know, you go find 6 definitions of signs. We can you know, meld them and improve on them and whatever. But I mean, in other words, 3 or 4 people should be working on the sign bylaw. I think it just, not to belabor this, but you know, I see it now. I didn't think as the process going along because I'm not a significant input on the process, but it's too much to think that we could have 6 new bylaws. I mean, we should have probably taken the 6 at the beginning and said, let's focus on these 2. The other 4 are just going to have to. They're just going to have to wait. These are the 2 that people are most significantly, you know, involved in and want to see happen. The signs being one of them. But again, I think as well we should. My basic thought is we should be formulating this within these meetings. And when Tim started putting together his lists on different projects we were going through, and said, you know, let's look at step 1. And we should be in here saying, all right, the definition of signs. Where should these signs be allowed? Locations of the signs be allowed. We should go through it step by step and hash it out as a board. And then, by definition, what Alex said, it can be a bylaw formulated by the board. And I don't mean to, you know, be negative on the significant time and effort people are putting in, because it takes somebody to get the ball rolling.
Brian?
Just 2 short comments to follow up to what Mike just said. I personally would have no problem working on these bylaws at this meeting. You know, a lot of people are spending a lot of time at home doing the best they can with this body's knowledge, which I think is a lot of that time might be wasted without this body's knowledge. So I think I would welcome that opportunity. I think it will require a few things from this board. One is we won't be ending at 10 o'clock anymore if we decide to do it that way. We will be needing to set aside a couple of hours for each meeting to talk about these bylaws if we're going to make any real progress. And I just want to say one other thing, and then I can be done for a while, probably. You know, I just want to address the comment you made at the beginning that people are afraid of making things worse. There are examples throughout history that that's been the case, and I think that's a very legitimate and real concern. But it's not a reason to not work on these bylaws, and people have to be willing to have a a conversation.
And again, that's just real briefly, that's not my intent. When I say people are fearful that we might do something wrong, they're fearful in the sense that you've got 7 bylaws in front of you. You started about a month ago, and you're going to present them in October. You're asking too much of yourself. You're heading down a road, asking yourself to fail on something. I mean, we should focus. And when you said time in this meeting, we've gone through projects here that take a while, and that's the fear. If it takes a while, it takes a while. And if we have to go through a signed bylaw that takes 6 meetings to get to a pretty decent product, then that's what it takes.
Let's commit to it then.
And that's the fear, that you don't, you know, give it its time, give it its due, hash it out. And I think this forum is nice in the sense that it's public. And again, that's not to offend the people that have spent time at home. That is beyond me, the time that people have to spend at home. But you know, this loans itself more to the public nature of what we do.
Sure.
Yeah, just to follow up a little bit with what Brian said, I mean, I spent 4 years on the warrant committee. I know you spent time on the warrant committee, Emily, and we saw zoning articles that really were a result of having inadequate zoning bylaws. And one of the things that inspired me to run for a seat on this board was to make the process more predictable and have it where you work through a public process and you get people to agree that this is the common vision. It's why I volunteered for the master plan committee for 2 or 3 years that I worked on that. I mean, it takes time, and these are the next steps in implementing some of the other work that other people in town have done too, for example, the housing production plan. There are people who are interested in seeing things move forward and not get stuck on a shelf and not go anywhere. So while the work is hard and maybe we're being too ambitious, I think we have to be diligent, and that's part of what we're here to do. We're not here just to react to people who are coming in with applications, but we're here to put things forward in response to things that we've seen.
Alex, any follow-up before we move to public? And I'll
I,
address some of this as well.
As I say, I think that a collaborative effort will make for a better product. And as I say again, I've given you my comments. I've put them into a little booklet of 17 pages. Going through them is not, I don't think it's a productive use of this particular meeting when we've got people in the public who want to be heard. So I would much prefer to hear them and let the board, I mean, the board's had a good discussion, I think. And let's see what the public says.
So I'm going to open it up to the public, but I will just say that I'm in fact delighted by this discussion. So this is pretty much what I wanted to see going forward. So we're going to open it up to the public. I'm going to recognize Mike Mihalchik first because he was at Citizen Speak to speak on what he wanted to do. Any of the zoning articles are open. The process, by the way, I mean, you've heard the planning board discuss the process. I believe the other members are very interested in your comments on the process as well as the substance of the zoning itself. So please, Mike, you're first. Introduce yourself again for the record. And we're looking forward to hearing from you all.
Oh, once again, I'm Mike Mihalchik from 5 Bunton Street. And I've gotten quite an appreciation for the amount of work you have to do to get a law passed in this town. So I think in my earlier comments, I said I wasn't sure if we should try to start over again for a broad sound ordinance or take what we have and take that as a gain, as a first down instead of a touchdown. So I would be happy to, whatever process is, to share other ideas from the state of Colorado statutes, the city of Newton's ordinances, which are very long, that consider sound. The only thing I want to read into the record is what the city of Newton says is their public purpose for doing this. They made it their policy to prevent excessive sound which will jeopardize the health, welfare, and safety of the citizens or degrade the quality of life. And the scope is all sound in the town. And it goes on in great detail, exempting dogs barking and birds chirping, which I don't want to get into here. But if you read through their bylaw, what is being proposed is actually Article 2, Section 2013 F7. So it's progress. We would actually be adopting a piece of Newton's law if we went ahead with 2 changes. Replacing the word amplified music with electronic devices and replacing 10 decibels above ambient sound with 5 decibels above ambient sound. So I'd love to find out from the chair how to make a better law, but I don't think I'm going to get it done anytime soon, and I'll take the first down.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak on the zoning articles? Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Tim Kernan, Brush Hill Road. I represent, although I'll clarify that, I represent Brush Hill Area Neighborhood Association and I'm a member of the Milton Neighborhood Coalition. Although tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself, I've having spoken to a number of people in my neighborhood and across town, feel that my comments are representative of a broad number of folks. So I don't, not necessarily speaking for those two organizations. While my comments are highly critical, I do wish to express my respect and gratitude to the members of the Planning Board who have spent many hours, many long hours, working these articles for all the best intentions of the town. The process which has taken place over the past months of the summer and culminated in these proposed bylaws for consideration by town meeting this fall has been wholly inadequate. To set aside the summer months when many Milton residents are vacationing with their families and paying little attention or no attention to the events at home for discussing and framing zoning articles which will have a significant impact and far-reaching impact upon the town is short-sighted and disingenuous. Many of these proposed bylaws represent major initiatives and need to be given an opportunity to be fully vetted and evaluated by the citizens of the town. And to some extent, I think that's what you're talking about tonight. I attended all the workshops. The first at Fuller Village was attended by perhaps 40 persons, which included planning board members and some from the warrant committee. The second at the high school library was attended by perhaps 30, and the last at the high school auditorium was attended by less than 25. These attendance levels hardly mount to a successful public participation process. The presentation at the first workshop, while conceptually well and good, was completely out of context. The slides of signs and buildings had no relevance. The look and feel of one sign may be great and wonderful in some circumstances in Milton, but entirely inappropriate for another. The presentation was valuable to stimulate discussion, but there was no follow-on discussion relative to context within Milton. The exercise was a dead end. The summer started with 10 articles in June. In order to prepare these for town meeting, the selectmen traditionally ask for final wording to be presented to them in early August. However, the planning board sought a deferment to this schedule to gain time needed to finish these articles. This is now September, and these articles are still not in their final form to present to town meeting. The shuffling of the schedule, in effect, shortchanges the public, who deserve every opportunity to study and comment on these. The third workshop, for the most part, was useless. It was simply a review of each of the proposed bylaws, followed by questions and answers. There was no constructive discussion on content. It appears these articles were hastily crafted with little collective input. To suggest this process over the summer has been a success is a gross misjustice to the citizens of the town. I have a few comments specifically to the bed and breakfast bylaw. While most of us agree that this use may be of interest to some homeowners, the bylaw is weak and does not offer the protection to neighborhoods or neighborhood communities. Let's take Brush Hill Road as an example. If several of the homes along this scenic road were to become B&Bs, the bylaw provides for an illuminated sign to be placed in front along the road. This is contradictory to the scenic quality of the road and inhibits or circumvents any neighborhood's interest in preserving that quality of the road. Let's take my house as an example. Suppose I could provide 6 rooms. I would need 18 parking spaces per the current draft, 3 per guest room. Now that may be a typo, but that's what it says. I barely have room to park my own cars, but I would have to pave over some of the backyard, and I'm sure my neighbors would not mind living next to a parking area. The bylaw offers no controls for existing parking areas to meet the demand of the guest room count. Neither does this bylaw offer a home near public transportation to offer a room to a non-motoring guest. Parking must be provided regardless. Parking buffer areas must include landscaping and be 6 feet wide. There's no limits to headlight intrusion into neighboring properties. There are no guidelines for fencing. In summary, this proposed bylaw is weak, ill-conceived, poorly thought through, and provides no means for neighborhood control. The non-conforming business use. I asked the planning office if there was a list of non-conforming business uses to which this bylaw would apply. In part, I wanted to see if any attempt had been made to determine to which properties this bylaw would apply. Such a list does not exist, and its lacking tells me that there was no attempt to evaluate the impact of this proposal on the town. As I understand it, a non-conforming use is a business use in a residentially zoned area for which a variance has been granted for the conduct of business. This bylaw allows such a business to expand through the purchase of adjoining properties. Thus, a variance which has likely been granted to a specific lot, may now be applied to adjoining lots such that the business now occupies a larger area in a residential neighborhood than was originally established. This bylaw allows the nature of current business to change. Thus, a neighborhood which has evolved with a small convenience store would find this use extinguished and replaced with something altogether different. Single-family residential neighborhoods are for single-family residential purposes. To inject into this neighborhood a development of alternative housing stock and additional commercial space cannot possibly be considered complementary and certainly does not, quote, maintain the physical design characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood. The requirement to have large glass storefronts is certainly not in keeping with the residential neighborhood. There's no control on density. There's no control on traffic, both in terms of vehicular and human, which this development would attract. Hours of operation need to be reasonably set with the neighborhood. There's no limit to the size of a new assembled lot. The allowance of a cupola to exceed current height limits and to occupy 10% of a roof area is certainly out of character and is a further imposition on a residential area. There is no limit to the number of new businesses to be allowed or added. The design guidelines are weak or non-existent, limited only to commercial design standards with little or no standards for other uses. Must a development consist of one building, or may such a development consist of more than one? The proposed bylaw is wholly inadequate. The town does not need a broad-brush, wide-open bylaw to address this issue. If an existing non-conforming business use needs special attention, it can work with the neighbors to craft a special zoning article for consideration on a case-by-case basis for town meeting. It is unfair imposition upon existing residential neighborhoods and should be withdrawn for consideration. Accessory units. I'm all in favor of accessory units, but this bylaw does not cut the mustard. The impact on neighborhoods, as it is written, would be quite negative and missing a word here. Offers no provision for neighborhood or abutter input. Additional off-street parking is required, and if none exists, results in a change to the neighborhood, which would not be in its best keeping. There's no limits on the number of such units in the neighborhood. Single-family neighborhoods are in effect converted to multifamily neighborhoods. Additional fences may appear where there are currently none. I can think of one specific example where cars are normally parked in front of a home and there's an earth parking area in the back of the house. This bylaw would require the elimination of parking in the front, expanding and paving the rear area, and erection of a visible barrier fence along the property line. This is a gross imposition and a dramatic change to the visual quality of the area. Parking standards are not consistent with the B&B proposal bylaw. By what standard does one determine whether a second door on the front of a house appears secondary? Given a historical significant home with two doors in the front, this bylaw may require otherwise significant architectural changes to be disrupted. In closing, Milton is a unique town, and as we go forward with new planning initiatives, it's critical to do so with a clear and open process, and that we do so with full inclusion and support of the neighborhoods to be affected. In the articles before us, I see little in these proposals. At the public forum on these issues, I raised the concern that this set of proposals were multiple and very complex, and to ask town meeting to digest and rule on them is simply biting off more than can be chewed. The answer I got back was that town meeting members should come to the public hearing. I think it is inappropriate for the planning board to craft complex articles during the summer months, then expect town meeting members to read, research, understand 7 complex bylaws covering 45 pages. Most of these proposals are poorly written and flawed. To further suggest that town meeting members will be able to understand why it is again, sorry, lost a couple sentences there. Town meeting members are a diligent group, but this is beyond the call of duty. The board should be presenting to town meeting properly vetted articles. To add insult to injury, I find it difficult to understand how the board can allocate only 40 minutes this evening to a public meeting to discuss these 7 zoning articles. The board should cut back. I'd like to add 2 comments, and then I'm done. The notion of resisting these bylaws came up, and I don't find that particularly the case. I think the legitimate citizens of this town are tremendously concerned about the rapid pace that the master plan is laying down in front of us. I think people are frightened that there's going to be a mass rolling forward of the master plan without proper due analysis. And secondly, you talked about having this board compose some of these bylaws. While that may be very good, I would suggest that the condominium bylaw subcommittee is an excellent model by which those bylaws could be drafted. I think that the concept of using subcommittees is just getting off the ground. Obviously, it's been a long effort since we started less than a year ago, but I think it provides a model that the board should look at. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak? Ed?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I have specific comments to two of the proposed bylaws, and I have copies of red lines that I have prepared with respect to each.
And actually, while you're passing those out, if I could say anybody, that includes you, Tim, anybody who does have specific comments on the articles, I think whatever we decide tonight, we would be very interested in seeing those. So please forward them on to the planning office.
So I made 7 copies.
That one. Both of them.
That's yours.
Is everybody?
Yeah.
So
Go
the
ahead.
first is the non-conforming dimensions bylaw that I think Alex had worked on. And my comments are fairly specific. This deals with, and by background, I am an attorney, do a lot of zoning practice. I know I practice a lot before this board. I also practice a great deal before the Board of Appeals, and I'm often hired to take on dimensional variances, seek dimensional variances for modifications to pre-existing non-conforming dwellings that really exist all over town. So my first comment is that it ought not to be restricted to Residence C zone. An awful lot of dwellings in Residence B were built prior to the enactment of zoning. All of Russell Street, for example, is pre-existing non-conforming, that is in a Residence B district. All of the properties that are across the street from me on Morton Road are in Residence B. I'm in a Residence C. It just happens to be that that Morton Road divides the residence. All of the houses across the street from me are pre-existing non-conforming. Many of them don't conform for purposes of height or setback or otherwise. I think that the bylaw ought to apply the modification and the ability to seek special permit as opposed to variance ought to apply to all pre-existing non-conforming dwellings. And then the Board of Appeals would obviously have to apply the standard that a determination would be that there would be no detrimental impact to the neighborhood, or that it would not conform to the general intent of the bylaw. It would remove the requirement that you have to establish a hardship associated with the shape of the land, the topography, or the soil conditions in order to secure a variance to put an addition on a home that might be done within existing setback or existing height. I also think that the modifications ought to be allowed to go to the existing height of the dwelling. It ought not to be artificially set at sort of 38 feet as opposed to 40 feet. I had a variance hearing on Russell Street last year where the height of the dwelling was 40 feet. And so one plan showed an addition that came up to 35 feet to avoid the height variance, and the neighbors objected to that. They really thought it was out of character with the rest of the dwelling. So I think that a good architect can work with dwellings. There are a lot of dwellings that exceed 35 feet, particularly in Residence B and C areas, and I think you ought to be able to work to the existing height. You ought not to be able to go above the existing height because you're only going up to the limit of the existing nonconformity. So I propose that you would strike the second proviso that, that other buildings within 300 feet have similar non-compliances. Neighborhoods get built in different ways. You ought not to be bound by, if you are making modification to a dwelling, you ought to be able to make the modification to the dwelling within the limits of existing nonconformity. And so that's my recommendation on the nonconforming. And the language that I've come up with is, the modifications to language is as I proposed. The second deals with nonconforming business use zoning. This is a proposal for bylaw that initially I had worked on and provided a draft to members of the board some months ago. Marion McKettrick and I had shared comments back and forth. I have, by disclosure, I have 2 clients that own property that are pre-existing non-conforming. They are not pre-existing or non-conforming by reason of variances. They are buildings and uses that pre-existed zoning, and they have continued forward based on that pre-existing condition. In some cases, nonconformities have been expanded over time by permits granted by the Board of Appeals, and the board is authorized to grant extensions of nonconformities. The best example would be, I guess, the Copeland property and the, blanking on the lunch restaurant that's Newcomb Farm. Newcomb Farm started as a small milk stand. It's been expanded over time by expansions of special permits that have been granted by the board, most recently 3 or 4 years ago. The original Pepsi bottling plant was a small bottling plant, expanded over time with expansion of special permits that recognized that an increase in the size and capacity of the building was appropriate and fit the neighborhood. It was done under a special permit. What I think has happened, and that's sort of its own unique property, but there are a number of small properties, Tedeschi's on Houston Avenue, for example, which now is, it's still called Tedeschi's, although 7-Eleven has recently purchased all of Tedeschi's. So whether and how 7-Eleven might repurpose that property is a question. They'll put their own logo. They may try to do some basic improvements to the building, but that building takes up about 95% of its lot. There's about 2 feet on either side of the building to the lot line, and there's a sidewalk in front, and it's set back a little bit from the street. There is no parking, there's no delivery service zone, and the properties on either side of it suffer significantly because they really can't reinvest in themselves. And I represent one of those abutters who has sought over time to try to figure out how to reinvest. One way to reinvest would be through an assembly of property, his property and now the 7-Eleven, in a reconfiguration of the commercial on that lot that would continue to serve as a neighborhood amenity, would create parking off-street, would create delivery area off-street, would absolutely have to be done in conjunction with neighborhood process, because in order for the Board of Appeals or this board to grant a special permit to allow that to happen, there would have to be clear consensus among the neighborhood that the design is right, that the uses or the combination of uses is correct. I think there are adequate safeguards built into the language of this. I have specific comments that I would ask the board to consider as it goes forward. I also represent the owners of property in Blue Hills Parkway, which is where Blue Hill Ice Company, what used to be McKean Oil, operates from. It is surrounded on the front by Blue Hills Parkway. It is surrounded on 2 sides, the northerly side and the westerly side, by Town of Milton land, conservation land, Pope's Pond, and there is a row of houses that extends southerly from that property to Canton Avenue. The owner is looking at a reinvigoration of that property that would allow a new set of commercial uses or use to go in there, perhaps a small market that can serve the western part of town. There is no such amenity anywhere west and south of that property. Perhaps a smaller version of a fruit center type, again, would require process, would require consensus of abutters and neighbors. We're responding to some requests we've received from people in the nearby area that we could really use a market, maybe someplace to sit and have a cup of coffee and enjoy the view of the Pope's Pond and provide some access. Part of what this does, is, as it creates an overlay, would be to allow those types of uses to be incorporated into with really usable public green space. That rear portion of that property abuts the Pope's Pond Conservation Area. There's no way to access that from the property. There's a walking path, but wouldn't it be nice to think about some usable public space in the rear of that property that would connect directly to, from a commercial market type of use to that area? What this bylaw would do would allow these small property owners a process by which they could reinvest in their properties in conjunction with the process necessary to get through the neighborhood, the precinct, this board, under standards that I think are pretty well established in this bylaw. And so, in that regard, I would encourage the board to take each of these two bylaws forward. I think they're important for discussion. I think clearly neighbors need to be aware of what the other possible locations are. I think the Matracus Market on Pleasant Street is one. Ben's Cookie Factory would be another. The Tedeschi site on the corner of Randolph and Reedsdale is another one, although that's just recently been, the Board of Appeals just did grant a permit for a dental office to go into the now vacant portion of the property that's next to the Tedeschi's, and the Tedeschi's is there by reason of a long-term lease. They're not going anywhere, or 7-Eleven won't be going anywhere for a while. But there is a large portion of that property that is vacant, that is gravelled, where there used to be a gas station. And it might want to be reinvigorated by the owner, and a process that would allow them to do that would be helpful. So I thank you for your time, and I urge the board to move at least these two articles forward for discussion at town meeting.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Yes, Marion, please come up. Welcome.
Good to see everybody. I'm Marion McKettrick, and I'm also an attorney, and I do represent Milton residents from time to time in zoning cases. So I'd like to start my comments with the non-conforming dimensions bylaw. And I don't know what format you want, but my basic question about this bylaw is, what is the purpose of this? And is it generated because recent cases have made it unclear as to how to apply Section 4A of the zoning bylaw, which applies to pre-existing non-conforming uses and structures? And I think, Alex, you drafted it, so was that the reason, or is there another reason?
So are you talking about there's two non-conforming, one
dimensions.
Dimensions.
It's a blissfully short
Yes,
bylaw.
I think it may be
And
the
I'm sure it
shortest.
has a purpose, but I'm not, I didn't want to make comments until I understood the purpose.
Alex, please go
The
ahead.
purpose is that a variance isn't the right way to go, because it isn't a variance. It should be a special permit procedure.
And the reason it's a variance is, I believe, because of some recent decisions.
Well,
that have-
no, because there's no special permit provision. How do you go into the setback area? How do you expand these things if they're locked into a situation where there is no way to expand without encroaching on the setback? If you have to get a variance, it's hard to say there's something unique about the land which doesn't apply anywhere else. It does. It applies all over the place. Therefore, you make a special permit provision, and that gives, the board would apply the same standards as it does now, but I mean, currently, these variances are issued with a wink, and this would be with some real legal clout.
Well, I mean, I agree generally with you that is what's happening and has happened for many years. And so it's realistic to say that we ought to establish a way to do this and understand what the standards are. I'm going to write some further comments and send them to the board.
Right.
Because I do find it, I am a little confused. I spent a lot of time studying Section 4A of our bylaw, and I've also studied a number of the recent cases. There are several appeals court cases that have created a lot of confusion where there wasn't confusion before, and seem to have led our building department in the direction of requiring variances in almost every case, or at least saying they have to apply for a variance. So I agree that there's a need for some drafting. I don't really want to say much more other than the fact that at the present time, what's been drafted is confusing for me, so I'm going to prepare comments. They'll be available to you if you want to circulate them, that's fine. I won't say any more about that. On the other bylaw that Ned Corcoran just got up and discussed with you, I thought he did a good job explaining why this has become an issue, why he's trying to think about it. Some of the same people he's talked to have talked to me. Some of these property owners, really the only alternative they have if they own a pre-existing non-conforming business in a residential area is they can go to the Board of Appeals and they can apply for a special permit if they want to change slightly what's there, meaning that they can only use the same property in the same dimensions, but if they have a different use and if it's reasonably similar to the prior use, they can apply for a special permit. So they have a little bit of flexibility. It's not completely set in stone. The problem that I observe, and I live, between Blue Hill Ave and Blue Hill Parkway. I'm familiar with the Tedeschi's property. I'm familiar with what used to be Milton Food Mart. I'm familiar with the property along the Parkway, which is a fascinating property because it used to be an ice house originally, that commercial property. It's certainly not an ice house anymore. It evolved into an oil business for a long time. There's always been a combination of residential and commercial property there, which is really interesting. So it's sort of a pre-existing non-conforming mixed-use PUD that has no flexibility, but it's there. It's still a very difficult problem knowing what the neighborhood would support as a change for that property. But it does need attention. All three of those properties do. And I agree with the comment that was made earlier, I think it was by Tim Kernan, but I'm not sure, that every site that has this status should be on a list. I mean, I'm familiar with a lot of them because I hear about them or people ask me about them. Most people in Milton may not be familiar with where they are, and so that's going to be their first question. So I think if this is going to go forward to town meeting, that you should have a list of where you think it could possibly be applied. I did provide some comments back to Ned, and I will send them to you. Nothing very dramatic, but little changes here and there. The real question here is whether there will be enough support at town meeting to make a zoning change to affect this type of redevelopment, or whether we're going to have to continue on this course of writing zoning for every site, which is what could be done for the ice house site if there isn't another alternative. It's just, slow and cumbersome, but it's a problem. The public process that will happen if you pass the zoning will be the special permit hearing before the planning board, and it will be complicated, and any applicant will have to have support from the neighborhood to begin with for a plan they're going to put forward before they're going to have any chance of success with such a process. So I don't think there's quite as much to be feared from a zoning change as people may begin to think there is, but I do think it's going to be a difficult process getting a special permit for any of these sites, even if the zoning is passed. I think that you're not going to see huge, dramatic changes. These are in residential areas. People are only going to want to see a change that will fit in with what they see now, and that's going to be difficult to come up with. But I'm in favor of, having a discussion about this non-conforming business use zoning to see whether there's acceptance for the idea of trying to use zoning to make changes on some of the, improvements on some of these sites. As far as the other bylaw goes, I'm not sure whether I support it or don't. I need to see language that I understand. I need to know what deficiencies in our current zoning this addresses, and what our current zoning, I'll be writing you a memo about what I think you can do under current zoning now, and about the cases, the recent cases. There are a lot of other zoning bylaws you're looking at. I do think it's too much to bite off for one town meeting. I'm pretty sure you're not going to put all of these zoning proposals forward in October. I just want to say in the sign bylaw issue that it is very difficult to write a good sign bylaw. And if you are going to change what we have now, whatever you propose needs to be really carefully drafted and worked on. So I suspect I don't know, but it sounds like that may not be ready yet. I do have a concern, of course, because right now the process seems to be a little bit cumbersome. It might be helpful if you made known at town meeting exactly what the concerns were that you heard about relating to signs, so that town meeting can decide whether it wants to do anything different with this temporary moratorium or whatever stage we're in, where the selectmen now are holding full hearings for every sign, as I understand it. Every sign. That may be incorrect, but I think that's what they're doing. That's a pretty cumbersome process. And I think that you need to keep in mind that if you don't think the sign bylaw is ready for this town meeting, then what does the planning board propose should be done between now and the next town meeting, in addition to continuing to review the current language and come up with something that is good? And if I have other comments, I'll send you written. I do have other comments, but I'd like to send them in writing, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Can I just make a comment before Marion leaves? On the non-conforming dimensions?
Yes.
I am aware of residents in town where they have a pre-existing non-conforming dimensional issue. For example, height based on definition from grade to first floor. They cannot add an addition onto the home, even if it's fully compliant with all dimensional requirements, without a variance, because they're non-compliant on the existing. And that's a burden for people. That we have a client that's happened. They went to the Board of Appeal and were granted a variance. However, that process is risky, right? Because somebody can sue or appeal that decision. This process would allow people to be able to reinvest in their homes that happen to fall with it. In this particular case, the way the topography on their lot was different than the topography of their neighbors. So this is something that I have seen in several cases myself in town as an architect, not as the attorney on the other side, and Ned has seen the same thing. But I do think it's something that should be addressed and can be addressed to make it easier and make the process easier for people to understand.
Yes, and what I would like to see is a really good introduction for the article, and it needs to be very well written. The introduction, though, does need to explain some of this, because it hasn't always been necessary to get a variance in order to do what you're talking about. There have been some cases in the last 5 to 10 years, 2 cases in particular, that have made it, have led us in that direction. And so that needs to be explained, and you're going to get, people will have different perspectives on this. And I'll give you my comments. Maybe they'll be helpful. I hope so. I certainly support making the process more straightforward. I think that it was a special permit process until these cases arose. And one of the particular problems that has arisen is that if a lot is pre-existing non-conforming, one of these cases has led to everybody having to go and seek a variance if they need a change in their structure on such a lot. That wasn't the way Milton interpreted its bylaw. We have a bylaw that covers all of those situations in Section 4A, but the cases have created some confusion, and now the building inspector is requiring a variance in every case to be safe. But the problem is that it's not safe for the applicant, and I don't think it's really fair in a lot of situations to require someone to go for a variance. So I'll give you my comments in more detail.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Yes, please come forward.
Amy Lane, Grafton Road, Grafton Ave,
Welcome.
Milton. So I just wanted to talk quickly about the sign bylaw. So I certainly support the sign bylaw. I think it is trying to address the goals of the issues that have been presented at several public meetings over the last, I think, 2 to 3 years, not just recently, but more aggressively recently. So I certainly think that there's been a lot of public comment on this over the past few years, and that it's been hard to get traction and movement. And I wanted to thank the board for taking this on and at least trying to move this forward. I think that, I just wanted to mention, I think that the reason this is coming up is because there are signs in town that are in conflict with what's written in the master plan and what we think should be, or what is many citizens think is against what the ideas of how signs should be implemented in the town. So I think we've had signs that are kind of in conflict with that, and they're also in conflict with all of the businesses that do such a great job abiding by the recommendations of the sign committee booklet. So I think it's time to address this. You know, I don't know how we address it and if the bylaw is written perfectly or not. You know, I think that's great, and the planning board can hash that out a little bit more. But if it's determined that this isn't something that can go forward for this town meeting, I think it's really important that we figure out what we do between now and whenever we get something in place, because something is broken in the process. And you know, I think what we really want to say is we are, or from my standpoint, we're pro-business, and as Milton, we're trying to, you know, a lot of the people that have been involved are sort of in the East Milton neighborhood. We want more businesses, we want to keep moving, and we don't want to stop people from, you know, we don't want to stop that process. We just want to make sure we're figuring out how those businesses should be, you know, advertising their business in the town. So I think this is something we have to address, and address quickly, and if it can't be in the, you know, in the next town meeting, we had put a citizens article together, and we had put a moratorium clause in. If we can, you know, if we can somehow figure out what we can present to make sure that we can put some kind of a moratorium while we're spending time debating this issue, I think that's really, really important.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Yep. Jenny, come on forward.
Sorry. Hi, my name's Denny Swenson, 65 Green Street, Milton.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, I'm relieved to hear that you're willing to consider further study on some or all of these. And my goal, like everyone else's here, is to provide, you know, ask for feedback, and I intend it to be helpful, and I hope it is. And I'm really happy to hear that everyone wants more of a collaborative approach. I know a number of the citizens were talking about that as well, so we would love to continue to be involved with that. I'm going to comment on 4 of the articles. Tim Kernan had read all of these 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't keep up, so I'll just be commenting on 4. The proposed non-conforming business use zoning, I like the sound of the purpose, to encourage reinvestment and quality development. I was envisioning things that were possibly in rough shape that would get, you know, a nice boost and revitalize a neighborhood, perhaps. But when I looked into how it could apply in my neighborhood or spots around town, I could see potential for unrestrained business development in residential neighborhoods. So that was one of the concerns I had. For instance, in our neighborhood, we have a psychiatrist and a home office. It works perfectly, it's comfortable, it's smooth, it's a perfect fit. But am I to understand that if they were to sell their house and a developer bought that house and the surrounding houses, could that turn into a, you know, a mini business district? And you know, so I was looking for the limitations in the article, and I felt that green space should be the allocation for green space seemed inadequate to me. I didn't see anything about screening the view from residential neighbors. I didn't see that there was enough parking, but I did notice that if there wasn't enough parking, they could put parking in another spot in the neighborhood. Don't know if that's going to work. It may work in some neighborhoods and not others, but so this business district could also be quite large, and the design standards encourage large areas of glass and lighted display windows, which doesn't always fit the character of residential neighborhoods. And the goal is to put these business districts into residential districts. So anywhere there's non-conforming business use in a residential neighborhood is where these could potentially go. A list I was able to gather in my short time of looking were convenience stores, gas station, the gas station on Canton Avenue, the equipment store on Canton Avenue, the old ice house, as I think Marion mentioned. There's a rehabilitation business on Blue Hills Parkway, Solomon Construction Yard on Blue Hill Ave, offices of various doctors, dentists, other professionals operating under this variance. Bent's, Thatcher Farm, Newcomb Farms, the Copeland Complex. Certain greenhouses and nurseries with variance protections. I'm not sure which ones, but my concern here is that the public hearing process did not include informing these neighborhoods, and Marion had mentioned that too, that that would be critical, that these neighborhoods should be notified during the public process on this and should have a voice here, so they can understand the potential impacts that the article could have and what their role would be in providing any limits. So the article itself has very few limitations. It doesn't include any language for input from any neighborhood where this is proposed, and their voice in shaping this, or even saying this is totally inappropriate in a particular neighborhood, should be heard, should hold a significant amount of weight. A good example would be, and it's hypothetical, but Thatcher Farm on Thatcher Street. If a developer offered to buy that at a price that the owner couldn't refuse, let's say, and put in a business district with, say, a pharmacy, mixed-use housing, maybe a dry cleaner, is that a win for the town? I don't know. I think that neighborhood would know better than I would know. Maybe they would welcome that. Maybe they wouldn't. I don't see any language that truly brings the neighborhood into the process. And I think it's really fascinating that both Ned and Marion picked up on that as well. So I had gone to some of the master plan meetings, and I heard people say that they would be interested in small operations here and there, like maybe a coffee spot or a dry cleaning spot. And based on those sign photographs that Tim Cherwinski, that presentation at the first summer workshop, I got the sense that, Tim's analysis of the feedback was that it seemed that a lot of people were interested in that village feel, especially when it came to signage in that case. But I think there's a real desire from the citizens, at least the feedback we got from that, for mom and pop operations, that village community, approach. And the citizens seem to be turned off by chain operations, like that Verizon sign. A lot of people did not like that, or big, huge corporate signs. So, on Thatcher Street, I can imagine they would probably not be interested in, a chain operation going in there with lights and activity until 10 o'clock at night or something like that. But a small mom and pop, a dry cleaner or a coffee stop, maybe, but again, you'd have to hear from Thatcher Street residents. And the concern is that this article could allow a business district to pop up almost anywhere and would only limit the size to how many houses were bought out by the developer. It could grow exponentially in size, as if I'm understanding this correctly. I think if this went through with this language and approach, you would have people all over town really upset with the way it was crafted, and and with so little tailoring for the residential neighborhoods that would be impacted. So I think a more surgical approach is needed, given the breadth of this proposal. I don't think it's ready for town meeting. I had some questions about the accessory dwelling unit bylaw. For discussion purposes, are we talking about in-law apartments, 2 families, 3 families, all of the above?
It was intended to be effectively coming along from the in-law apartment, the current in-law apartment bylaw.
So it would be in-law and possibly 2 family?
That's where it started. The
Yeah.
implications of the article are another matter and something we need to discuss, because that was brought up as an issue, as whether or not it then allowed, effectively created a 2-family. But the original intent was that it came out of the in-law apartment.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Would this contribute at all to the affordable housing unit count in any way, like the 40B count that we're trying to get to? Does it help us there?
Cheryl, do you want to, because this is the downside of taking responsibility for each article, is I'll look to you for the answers.
At the moment, it does not, although there's been conversation about that, because the intent of it, in part, the in-law, is also to address the concern that we heard expressed about people, young families starting out, and senior citizens who are having a hard time with the price points now that occur in Milton now, and so staying in their homes, or people who grew up here and being able to find their first place here. So that was sort of the idea, was to address that. But we've had conversations I did with Bill and with Joe Prondak, and there are some complications with getting it on the state inventory, so it's right now it's not in there. So that's a good question and something I think that we can look into.
I imagine it would be a long process, and if you were to rent it, you might not get the rents you were looking for, and so on. So I know that it would be a challenge. So I'm not actually suggesting or pushing that. I was just wondering if that was part of the thinking for the public knowledge.
Okay.
The proposal is broad in that any homeowner anywhere in town can add an accessory unit by way of right. That's very broad to anywhere, anyone. So the document doesn't have many controls or standards. It's just a broad, by way of right, everybody can kind of do this. I was wondering if we've looked at other towns that shifted from single-family housing to 2-family housing. And the reason I ask this is that some towns may have done this successfully. And could we look at those towns and look at the limits and controls that they place on that type of zoning that were helpful in making that work? And then even look at the towns where it didn't work and look at what their controls were, just as a kind of a measure, and potentially there might be some good language in there that we could kind of, that's just a thought. I'd also be interested in an impact study of where and how this would impact the town. I think that would be important to know. It would be good to steer this sort of housing in a direction that would keep the neighborhoods intact and discourage shortcuts or house flipping at the expense of the neighborhoods. So I owned a house in Hanover before I moved to Milton, and we had put in an in-law apartment, and in Hanover, after 10 years, the town would have allowed me to grandfather that in-law apartment, and it would become a 10-year, it would become an official 2-family at the 10-year mark. So that approach slowed people down who were interested in taking any shortcuts to make a quick flip. Do you know what I mean? So that, but at the same time, it supported families who wanted to take in, their parents or their kids and make an in-law type situation. So one is really geared toward community, and the other is so that's just a thought. I think we should study the impacts and come up with ways to help families that want in-law apartments, but learn the ways to put controls in place to minimize the negatives to the neighborhoods.
Can I just mention one thing about the controls, Emily? Just because the latest revision did, well, first of all, on one aspect of the control is that in addition to a home or conversion of a space above a garage or a carriage house or something like that would require special permit. And with that would be, drawings would have to be reviewed, site plan reviewed, et cetera. What's would be allowed without having a special permit, the way it's written at the moment, is if it's within the home without any addition and not in a detached structure. And then the other thing is that when in the latest round of revisions, there was a change made to say that it could not be implemented, this particular bylaw, in a property that was non-conforming in some fashion. So we did receive some comments about, from people in areas where they felt it was already dense and that a lot of those areas are already non-conforming, either in lot size or something else. So those were some controls that were put in, so you might look at that. But I also will just point out for everyone who's interested in both the accessory dwelling unit and the inclusionary zoning, the state has model bylaws, and those were the starting point. And then for each one, I probably reviewed at least 10 other towns' bylaws that are in effect. And there are a number of presentations also that I reviewed that, to the lessons learned that people had put out. So if there's interest in a list of those and websites, I could put that list together and people could research that.
I think that'll be part of the process that we talk about after the public hearing.
I think that would be great. Not that I'm looking for more documents to read after reading these today, but I do think that it would be interesting to see what other towns did and any impact assessment. I would be very interested in.
Jenny, not to rush you, but we
Yep.
have at least one more public hearing after this.
Okay, I only have 2 left. So the proposed bed and breakfast law, do we know the potential impacts on the town or neighborhoods to adding bed and breakfasts? Has an impact study been done?
No. Impact study has not been done for all of this, and again, that feeds into our questions about the process, so I appreciate that.
So a homeowner can create up to 10 guest rooms, and I was wondering how we arrived at the number of 10. Was it arbitrary, or was there a?
Give me all your B&B
Yep.
questions, I'll answer them all at once.
Okay, that's
So
it,
that
that's
makes
it. Does this help addressing 40B?
B&Bs do not help in addressing 40B, that's an easy one. So right now, under the current zoning bylaw, you can rent up to 3 rooms. The original draft had 4 rooms for a B&B. I had a suggestion from one of the planning board members to up that to 10. When you submit zoning for being on the warrant, you can reduce the restrictions at town meeting, but you can't increase the restrictions at town meeting. It goes to the issue of whether or not the articles in scope. We talked a little bit about that earlier tonight. So I moved it up to 10 because I strongly suspected that town meeting was going to reduce it down again, but I wasn't entirely sure that 4 was enough of an incentive to have people to register their B&B breakfast businesses coming into play. And you'll note that that bylaw does not currently address Airbnb, and I think that's still a question that's out there. So to your point about impact, I think the number of rooms comes into the question about what that is. Remembering, of course, that the bylaw as currently constructed applies to existing homes. So you would have to have an existing home that already had sufficient room for 10 guest bedrooms in order to be able to have 10. So my expectation was that it was going to be reduced, but it's a valid question as to the number of what the appropriate number of guest rooms is.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, I did have another question. Would this be allowed in just historic estate type buildings, or could this be anywhere in town?
It could be any, as it's currently constructed, it would be anywhere in town that could meet the other requirements. For example, the parking requirement. So there are some lots that would not be large enough to allow for the amount of parking they need for the bedrooms without putting that parking in, say, the front yard setback, which is also not allowed. So the parking does act as a restriction. The parking and the landscape buffer requirement, the width of that acts as a restriction on where it could be located. But again, to a couple of points that were made earlier, the question would be whether or not that's a sufficient restriction. And do we want to, as a town, restrict it solely to historic buildings? And then you have to decide what's historic. But my point, you start to get my point as far as how we get there. But at the moment, anywhere that could meet the siting requirements.
Well, this article is a page and a paragraph, and I feel like it's a great start to a discussion, but I don't know that we're there yet for town meeting. So I would love to hear more study and think about more controls and think about where this could be a win-win situation and how to steer the language in that direction. So so I'll rush to the next one. On the proposed sign bylaw, I had a similar question to the one that Alex had, and that is, are the residents and business districts treated the same? Is that the case? Or
They're actually divided up in the
they're
bylaw.
divided
Yeah.
inside
They
the
may
bylaw,
not be
okay.
divided up to the satisfaction of everybody looking at it, but there are different provisions for each. So.
Okay.
And
I-
some signs allowed in common and some that are separate depending on which district.
So I think detail is great, and I think insight into how the process what works is great. I learned an awful lot about signs today reading this. In subparagraph E of paragraph 3, design review process, it describes a process where the building commissioner, sign review committee, and the selectmen all apply different standards in deciding, and I was just wondering if that could be kind of combined or tailored in a way so that everybody's sort of have the same guidelines.
Yep.
I was at one of the meetings where some of the citizens came forward to create a sign article, and it was my understanding that one of their primary goals was to give the selectmen less discretion to go along with inappropriate, what they saw and what apparently a number of the citizens saw as inappropriate signage. In that paragraph, it seems that in the end, the selectmen are authorized to issue, quote, relief from the requirements of the section if they make certain findings. So I just wanted to bring back to that main focus. If that's what the citizens are asking for, then that would be the goal. But I went to 2 out of 3 of the zoning workshops, and I thought the pictures of the different types of signs that exercise was interesting. I thought the survey and Tim's analysis, I thought we were off to a really good start. I thought it was going really good. I thought the appetizers were great. I didn't think we got into the meat and potatoes. This is the first opportunity where we've really been given the opportunity to kind of dialogue with you, and I appreciate this opportunity to get into the substance of any and all of these articles. I do appreciate it. I know when I hear you each working on these individually, I feel for you. It's a lot on you. So I do hope that the planning board members will have the time to talk amongst themselves and to work together, and we look forward to collaborating with you in future workshops and making these articles as best they can for the town, because I know you all care about the town, and I hope you know that we all care about the town too.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak to the zoning articles? I saw you in the back, ma'am, and then you, sir. Come on forward.
You can use this one, sorry. Sure. Hi, I'm Judy George. I'm Ford Ranch Road, and it's been a long 3 years of process, and I'd like to just talk about I think you have enough people in the room. You have a lot of different agendas in this town, I've learned. And it's very hard to bring a group with different agendas together. But I think I admire the process that you're trying to do by having these meetings. But what's missing, and I can't put it all in words, is that it's not that the neighborhoods want to stop progress, or they don't want to see good things happen for this town or affordable housing, but they want to be included in the process more. And I found that I was reactive through this whole past 3 years. I would have been proactive if I understood what was the mission, what were we trying to accomplish on Ford Ranch Road. When the 3 houses didn't work, was the only outcome a 40B? Because that's what I had to address when I got involved, the threat. And I feel a lot of neighborhoods feel like that, Emily, that there's a threat. You either do what we want or you're going to get a 40B. And I don't think that's the way town officials really feel. I just think that's the way it feels in the neighborhoods where that threat comes in. And we have a lot of neighborhoods who feel that way. I'd like to see a process, a better process, a more inclusive process, where a group of us don't have to react, run to the planning board, tell you what we want, run to the warrant committee, try to change their minds, run to the selectmen, try to change their minds. And at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want what's best for Milton, but not at the sake of what made this town so great. My husband and I worked to find money to buy land because we were getting up in the world, and Milton was the kind of town that you felt. And I want all my kids to feel that way. They can't move to Milton yet. They haven't got the money. So it's not about affordability or keeping people out. It's really about the kind of quality of life that Milton has, for me, for 50 years brought. So I think there has to be a better way that the neighborhoods don't feel like we're trying to make a lot of developers and their people who represent developers wealthy at the expense of the neighborhoods, because that's today what it feels like. So I'd like to change that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You had a comment?
Yes. Phil Trohenning, 23 Parkwood Drive.
Welcome.
My comment is that, when I read through the master plan and when I hear people talking, they say, one of the things we can do to, let's say, stabilize the finances of the town is to attract commercial businesses, and it's going to bring tax revenue and blah, blah, blah. And I think, maybe some of that is in these articles when people say, a bed and breakfast. There must be some tax implication that's going to benefit the town. Accessory dwellings, that must have a tax implication for the town. But one of the things I worry about is that it also has a cost implication for the town that is not addressed in the, like if I go at work and I say that I want to do this, then you have to lay out a case with all the pluses and minuses. So what are the pluses in terms of revenue, and what are the minuses? Who's going to inspect these facilities? Is it the health department, like for a bed and breakfast? And how many people do we have in the health department? 2? How many would we need to go out and inspect all of these beds and breakfasts, and how often would they have to be inspected? And where would these people sit? Like, do we have to add on to town hall? And when you increase density, like with accessory dwellings, there's like a certain friction that gets created because people are constrained in space. And what about like fire department? What about police department? And where are these people going to sit? So I really worry that what we have done is we've become enraptured of the idea that this is going to really help our town by bringing in a great deal of revenue. That's the impression I get. but I think it's going to bring in a lot of cost, and I'm not sure where the balance ends up at the end of the day. So I really think when we put something down about beds and breakfasts, for instance, and we have to specify, okay, how many of these could there be in town? How many, like they were talking about the lists. I thought the lists were a great idea. So how many could we potentially have? And what would the implication be for the fire department, the health department, all these people who have to do inspections and are required to do inspections? And town employees, I'm sure town employees would say no, but I feel they're very expensive. They have benefit packages that are extraordinary, and their salaries aren't bad either. So, cost in terms of additional town employees are true costs. They're very expensive costs. So I think, we cannot take this lightly. We cannot take the whole idea of the master plan lightly. There will be benefits, but when the scales come into balance, I don't know where they're going to end up. And I think addressing the cost, the additional cost, is something you must do when you look at these and you bring them to town meeting. They can't just think that the scales are like this and they're getting a tremendous benefit. They have to be able to see what is the balance. So we see the benefit, I imagine, what's the cost? Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the zoning articles? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Welcome.
My name's Gene Irwin. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 9, and I've attended all the condominium meeting workshops. And I'm not a member, I'm a participant, but I was invited by several members to attend. They thought, because of my real estate background and so forth, that I could contribute something. And it's with great frustration I'm here right now. We all, most everyone in this room, have attended multiple meetings, and we're not getting anywhere. The earlier points about, John Flynn weighing in on some of these things, I think is important. And I think from what I've seen, we are endeavoring to do a lot of dangerous, foolish things that a good lawyer could have, advised us and saved us countless hours collectively. I mean, I sat back there, waited my turn for about 2.5 hours like everyone else. And to me, the waste of humanity, that there's a tremendous amount of resources in this room. And I feel like, and I'm sad to say this, Emily, I feel like we need new leadership on this. We're not getting anywhere. I don't know yet, in all the meetings that I've attended, if there's one word that is ready for prime time. To me, this entire process is ready for bedtime. And I'm sorry to say it, but I just feel like, when you look at this whole thing, it's like I think of Mr. Magoo. And, I feel like this thing is not only off the tracks, it's like on the telephone poles, it's on the telephone cords, it's everywhere. And I feel like, it's, this is like having, Mr. Magoo valet over at, Gillette Stadium. We're not getting anywhere. And I say, this is a big issue. It's tied in with the master plan. And I just think the whole thing has been flawed from the get-go, and I don't see any improvement. I don't see where we're getting anywhere. Again, I had hoped that we might get one scintilla accomplished tonight. I don't see it happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the zoning articles? Yes, please come forward. And then, sir, I saw you up at the front next. So.
Peter Mullen, 19 Gaskins Road, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2.
Welcome.
I want to echo comments that some of the board members made and also members of the public that I think the planning board has bitten off more than it can chew here. Drafting zoning bylaws is a very time-consuming process, and it requires a lot of consultation, particularly with some of these topics that you have. I just don't think that there's enough time, certainly in between now and town meeting, to address all the issues that are raised by these articles. I've seen what I believe are the comments that Mr. Whiteside distributed tonight. I think we all owe him a debt of gratitude for the time and the effort that he's put into reviewing these articles. I agree with many of his comments, and I think there's a huge number of technical problems with the articles, even if you know, you're not addressing the policy issues, just the technical problems. I think there's a huge number. The question has come up tonight in several contexts with regard to town council's review of these proposed articles. I think you absolutely have to have town council's review, and I'm not sure that town council could review all of this stuff in sufficient time to give you any kind of serious feedback before town meeting. It's a time-consuming process, and you've got to look at the implications of all these provisions. And review by town council is not inexpensive. And the more things that you ask him to review, the more money we end up spending. I've looked a little bit at the sign bylaw, and I think it raises a lot of issues. One of the things that the sign bylaw does is it attempts to incorporate the building commissioner into the sign approval process, and it appears to me, I don't know the number of applications for signs we get in a year, but it seems to be imposing substantial duties and responsibilities and time-consuming duties and responsibilities on the building commissioner. I don't know if anyone's discussed that with the building commissioner or with the town administrator or with the Board of Selectmen. I mean, we just adopted an article at town meeting to create a strong town administrator, and I don't know whether the town wants to be spending the building commissioner's time on sign approvals or wants to spend it some other way. I think there's huge issues with regard to political and idea signs. That's constitutionally protected conduct. The proposed draft of the article purports to exempt those kind of signs. Alex's comments raise questions about, well, couldn't we have some regulations on sizes? I think there's a provision in your bylaw that says those kind of signs have to come down 60 days after posting. I'm not sure that that will pass constitutional muster, and it's the kind of issue that somebody who feels strongly either about their political sign or their idea sign might well want to litigate about. And again, I think it could end up being expensive. I think the process for sign review does seem burdensome, and it does seem like there's varying criteria that different groups or people in the process are going to be applying, and I don't think that's a good thing. You can get divergent results if you have different criteria. I don't think there's any possibility to address all the issues relating to these things tonight. The one suggestion that I'd make to you is that I think the planning board's credibility will be at issue at town meeting. And I would suggest to you that you want to go forward only with those articles that you're absolutely certain are ready for review at town meeting, and that can be defended and can be explained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, sir, I saw you with your hand up, so you please come forward.
Yes, I'm Jack Arabian. I've lived in the town since 1970. I have a home on Gordon Road, and I've attended many of these meetings. I'm a process engineer. I've been in the business for a long time. I've modeled processes, and I find that one of the ways to solve some of these problems that were discussed tonight was to look at the low-hanging fruit. And maybe, and I've expressed this before, we're looking to get something done. And from the comments we've had tonight, it's obvious to me that there's a lot of frustration in moving forward. So the question is, how do we do that? And I had made the comment that we should look at what the priorities are and determine first, what should we attack in order to be able to present something reasonable to town meeting? There doesn't seem to be any one of these at the moment that approach that criteria. So my suggestion, I mean, tonight we've had a lot of comments that are indicative of the town being citified, if I may use that word. We don't want to be a city, we want to be a town. So let us not be citified. And if that would be our criteria for determining what goes before the town meeting, let's establish ourselves a priority and say which of these items we could present first. Now, I've looked at all of them so far. My comment is that the most difficult one is the signs. The one that has had the most study appears to me to be the one that, I believe your name is Alex? Yes, has done the most work. It seems to me we ought to grab something like that and say, that's the low-hanging fruit. Let's work on it, get it done, and present that at town meeting. If there's nothing else to present, fine. Let's go to the next one at the next town meeting. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak to the zoning articles tonight? All right. First of all, before we move it back to the board, I want to thank everybody who participated tonight. Your comments were all excellent. Actually, I'd hoped to have more of these at our last public forum prior to coming to this point, but I'm very pleased that we had them tonight for all of the members of the board to hear, and obviously for the public. So thank you all, and also for those of you who attended the workshops that we had earlier in the session. Again, thank you for your attendance. The more people who participate in the process, the better the process becomes. So I want to bring it back to the board members to discuss how we want to go forward. But before that, just a couple of ideas of things that I heard tonight that I want us all to think about in our discussion. First of all, we did bite off a lot for this summer. We had a shortened time frame. This was something that the planning board, again, has never really done before, is to come up with proactive zoning and work it through. We knew it would be a short time frame. Frankly, I'm actually surprised that this many articles survived to this point. I'd expected more of them to drop off through the process. So I want to certainly thank every single member for attending the meetings, working on the zoning, providing their comments. I know some of the people who have spoken tonight have not considered the process a success. I would say that the fact that we went through it, the fact that we tried it, the fact that we are learning from it and coming up with new ways of how we consider this makes the very act of having the process a success. Was it perfect? Of course not. First time we've done this. Will we continue to make it a better process as we go forward? Absolutely. That's why we're here. We're learning from it and moving forward. One of the things that I think was common to a lot of the comments is the idea of the unintended consequences of the zoning that we've looked at. Partly that is a matter of having had the short time frame and just taking the step forward to say, you know, if we're going to try and write the zoning, how are we going to do it? But certainly, as I reviewed all of the zoning, including the ones that I drafted myself, as I listened to the comments tonight, both from board members and from other people, I think we should keep in mind, are there unintended consequences that we need to be aware of the zoning? I would say, too, that whatever we decide on the zoning tonight, if any of these are not going forward for October and are moving forward to January, I think we should pick our top 3 priorities for January, not tonight, but at our next meeting. And then, as both Mike and Brian suggested earlier, schedule time every single meeting to work on those top 3 priorities. And commit to that discussion. So I am going to throw it back open to board members and say, what would you like to do with the articles that are in front of us? And look for your suggestions. So Cheryl, you had your hand up first while I was talking, and then I think Alex, I just saw yours, so.
Right. I would like to say that the two articles that I've been working on, the accessory dwelling unit and the inclusionary zoning, be postponed. I'd like to suggest that we host workshops dedicated to those topics independently, so one workshop for each topic, and that we give sufficient notice for that, and, you know, invite participants to give us their comments, then bring that back to this board to continue the work.
Okay. I think independent workshops on zoning makes a lot of sense. We've done the introductory piece where we've talked about all of the things that we like, but with the amount of zoning that we had in front of us, it was hard to get into that level of detail. I think a few people mentioned that, so I think that's a great idea.
And one of the reasons I think it's important to push these off is the town council review, which I asked about. So I wouldn't have the workshop until we have the town council review. So
Yes.
to the extent that we can continue to ask for that, I would think that would be great. I'd like to say that I think non-conforming dimensions can move forward. I think that the questions people have about that, I think, can be adequately explained. And the purpose of it, I think, is pretty straightforward. And those are my thoughts for now.
All right, well, Alex, I'm going to turn to you because you were next, and also non-conforming dimensions is one of the ones you drafted. So what are your thoughts?
I think that all of the articles, except for the non-conforming dimension, should be withdrawn. And I think that we should discuss process at next meeting. In other words, if we choose one of your articles as one of the big three, then doing a process is fine. And it should be probably no more than two at a time.
Yeah, I think
or
that's...
maybe, well, we could, but to discuss process.
Yeah, I would certainly welcome that question at our next meeting, so, okay.
And, I mean, I've looked at Ned's changes, and I've heard Cheryl say, well, this applies to a non-conforming house with, if it has a variance, I mean, it seems to me that the issue may be that the house is non-conforming and may be grandfathered, and it doesn't have a variance, because if it has a variance, it is belts and suspenders getting another variance to put a conforming.
It was pre-existing non-conforming, so it doesn't have a variance to start with, so it needs a variance to go, to make changes to expand.
All I'm saying is, if it's under a variance,
The
if it gets a variance and then you put something conforming onto it, I think that it's still okay.
I agree with that.
But
That's
that
not,
is in
that's
any
not my
event-
experience, that's the way it's happened here.
Well, in any event, that's
Yeah.
really neither here nor there. I know what Ned is. It seems to me that I wrote this because of special permits and setback areas. And I suppose that the existing height is fine. I don't know that, do we want it to be in any residence district? That could be probably, that'd be okay. But I would like it to be consistent with other houses in the neighborhood. I don't want them to, you know, bump up against the lot line when no one else does, because then everyone's going to bump up against the lot line.
So Alex, is that the 300 feet provision that Ned
That's
suggested removing?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's, I wouldn't take that out.
How did you arrive at that 300 feet, just out of?
What?
300 feet, so let's say if you have 100 feet of, 50 feet of frontage, you're going to have like 4 houses away maybe.
You could say in the neighborhood.
Yeah, because like to
In the
Ned's point,
neighborhood
you
might
might
be
have
better.
B across the street and C here, and is 300 feet the right? I think in the neighborhood, it gives a little,
I mean,
yeah.
it's not defined, but it's, it would probably be okay.
Yeah.
This is how I think these bylaws can move forward, this kind of discussion, because I think you should say B and C. Why broaden it to I mean, if it's an A or a double A, you got an acre or 2 acres, you're saying people
It'd
are
be
non-conforming,
I guess that A and double A probably.
don't really need it, so why
Shouldn't get
include
this.
it?
Well, you might have it for height, though. Like, if you have a house that's 3 stories now, that's non-conforming, because you're allowed 2.5 stories. And so if you're going to do an expansion, and you want it to look architecturally compatible, you'll need a variance.
Well, and also to get
And
other
even though-
houses in the neighborhood that look that way.
But even if it meets all other zoning criteria, just because the existing house, whether it's in a B, a double A, wherever it is. I mean, if you go around town, you'll see there are quite a few houses, the larger houses that are more than 2.5 stories.
Yeah, and in fact,
It seemed like when this came up, it, in my mind, kind of initiated it, and
Yeah.
that's fine, but it seemed to be that it was a dimensional thing because of, more often than not, properties that were too close to, the property line. And I'm sure height becomes an issue too, but I think, like what you acknowledge that people are looking at is, we don't want to suffer negative consequences.
Mhm.
And if you're right, that's fine, but if B and C covers 90% of the potential issues, then let's call it B and C. And let the guy from A or double A come for the variance on it.
well,
The reason-
sorry, the reason for, I mean, the advantage of this is limiting it to residence C is the most restrictive because it's limiting it to one district. So we could go forward with C and B, and then if town meeting wanted it all, again, you're lifting the restrictions, so it would still be, it would be less restrictive than originally proposed. It would be okay to do that. I don't want to leave this until we've clarified our views on all of the changes, so.
I just
Cheryl,
want to
you
go
were
back to height
next.
for a minute,
Yeah.
because this is something that I've looked at for several residences in town. The way the older homes have a reasonable basement, so, steps to get up. So they run into pre-existing non-conforming, run into the definition of where the first story is. And so what happens is, they might, if they can bring in a little bit of fill and not trigger the fill review, then they'll do that, not to have to trigger an appeal process. You're talking about people who want to improve a home that hasn't had any investment in it in 40 years or 50 years. There are lots of people buying these kinds of homes who want to have a bigger kitchen, that want to have a master bedroom suite. And I've had realtors ask me, can you look at this and see how reasonable it is to add this? So it is something, I think, that Ned mentioned it, but I've seen it a number of times myself. So that height issue is unintended consequence, I believe, of overlaying zoning on something without understanding that it was going to trigger so many people to be non-conforming, so many homes to be non-conforming. So I think it's a fix to the zoning that we have is really what it is. It's what it should be, a fix.
I think the original
Something that
quote,
was not done properly when it was put in place.
I think the original quote that came up was that the vast majority of these houses, which people value when you look at them, it's like the federal homes, could not actually be built today under our zoning.
Right.
And they're the ones that people love to see. The old Victorians, maybe they're set a little bit too close to the street. Maybe they're set a little bit close to the side lot, but that's what the problem
I
is,
mean, to
yeah.
harp on the subject, but again, the houses you're describing that come to mind, that
Yeah.
Ned has described, that come to mind, are in B and C.
Well, we could,
Right. I mean, the broader you make things, the more you loan it to suffering negative consequences that you didn't foresee.
Well, and the intention of doing this was because the description was about all these lots predating zoning, that were
Right.
little lots on which there were big houses. I mean, that was the picture we were given in doing this. And so I could go in B or C. We're expanding it.
So B or C, so that first change would be on a lot established before 1938 in a residence B or C district.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the second change
One,
is
2, or 3 are fine.
1, 2, or 3 are fine. Then the third change starts 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down towards the end where it's crossed out for no more than 3 feet above the maximum
Within the
height.
existing height of the dwelling is
You're okay with
probably
that?
okay.
Everybody's okay with that? Okay.
And then just within 300 feet
So you
say
would
in the
keep that.
neighborhood unless, unless someone could get a more precise term
Yeah,
this
but-
late at night.
Approximately 300 feet, so we can be a little bit.
Approximately, if we're going to put standards, we need to have
And then I
them
would
set.
agree
300 feet is too small.
Then I
because
would say it has to be more.
That's
I
2 or
agree.
3 homes. I
Yeah.
mean, 50,
But-
1,000
1,000?
feet,
Let's say
1,000
that
feet would be, that's 10
neighborhood
houses.
And the Board of Appeals will figure it out. Good enough.
Again, if we're going to put standards in, I would rather have that's the thing that's catching us up in all of the other zoning
So, I
articles,
mean,
is
1,000
the
feet would
standard's
be
not specific
10,
enough.
20 homes in either direction.
I would go with 1,000 feet. No, sorry, guy.
All the
Hold.
lawyers now want to involve.
Where's Peter Mullen? We've only got 2 out of 3 lawyers. Okay, both lawyers who raised their hands come forward. I'm happy to hear from the lawyers. Special treatment for lawyers on this article because they both brought it forward originally.
Ned Corcoran, the general
Yes.
bylaw already provides that it cannot have a detrimental impact on the neighborhood when you're granting a special permit. I don't think you need to have language that says within the neighborhood.
All right, wait, hang on. Marion, you
But
too. You had your
I
hand up.
agree, but I like the last two. I'd be all in favor of leaving them in because they're usually talked about when you talk about substantial impact, detrimental impact on the neighborhood. Just to keep in mind, though, that the standard for a special permit is no substantial detriment to the neighborhood. It's already in the bylaw. So I don't think you need to put in 300 feet or anything like that. You need to have the language. It's a good idea to put that language in because it provides further guidance as to what you're talking about when you talk about what can hurt or not hurt a neighborhood. Something that's not in keeping with the architecture and the general siting of houses in that neighborhood might be something that would have a substantial detrimental impact. So if you want to put more language in the bylaw because you want to make it clearer to everybody what you're looking for in this town, I think it's a good idea, but I don't think you need to get into something as specific as the number of feet of neighborhood that you're talking about, because
We're taking out the number of feet, and we're just saying in the neighborhood.
So you're comfortable with taking out the number of feet?
I support that, but
Okay.
I'm concerned because, well, I told you, I'm going to write you a memo about this bylaw. It's very confusing to me.
Okay.
Because we have a special permit standard already. It exists, and we have a section 4A already, which pertains to special permits for pre-existing non-conforming lots and structures. The reason that's become confused, I believe, is because of these 2 recent cases. So not because of what's in our bylaw right now.
One quick thing. It seems to me this is just our recommendation. We recommend adoption with these changes, and then the warrant committee
Yes.
is going to decide what to put in their recommendation. And your memo and Ned's memo and all the other memos, Ted is receiving them.
Why did you do it this way rather than amending 4A? Any particular
Seems
reason?
right to me.
Okay, no, I just wondered if there was a particular reason.
Look, I did it, and I
it's
I
fine.
think that
You can
this
do
will
it
be
this way.
fun.
While they're there, Emily, just a
Yes.
question. So.
Don't move yet.
Yeah, I just Marion, I wasn't clear about whether you said you supported the proposed change that Ned had made, which is to strike that number 2. Do you have the copy of Ned's right there?
I think she
Yeah,
just said
I
yes.
do.
Yes.
I think that, well,
The whole thing?
right, I just want to make sure what you're talking
Because there's actually 2 things in that, I think.
See, again, I should give you these comments in writing. I felt that number 1 and number 2 were related to the issue of substantial detriment to the neighborhood and didn't need to be made this specific. I didn't see how that was really going to help. And it just bothered me that it was so specific, because when you put something that specific in there's an unintended consequence with zoning. So I want you to think about that carefully. I thought the architecturally compatible section number 3 was good, and reasonably necessary for dwelling purposes, yes.
Okay.
Those are things that
Just wanna-
are addressed in these hearings, and they can be made explicit.
Okay.
So Marion, you have a problem with 1 as well. I just want to throw that back to the board. So thank you both.
I'm not opposed to it. I think 1 is the sort of thing you talk about, but you talk about that as a way of describing that there's no detriment.
Okay.
You say, you're not blocking the view, you're not blocking light from the neighboring houses. and you talk, as a matter of fact, about
We'd
architecture.
like the Board of Appeals to know what they should be thinking about.
But you do have to think carefully if you're going to make it that specific as to whether somehow you're also making it difficult for someone who ought to have been able to be given permission, but now cannot, because you put this in your bylaw, but you didn't think about this other instance. That's sometimes why these bylaws are written with general language that then has to be applied in a specific way, and there's a long history of how that's been done, and it makes some sense. So I'm a little worried about something that's very specific that might end up excluding a case that you'd want to give discretion to.
It seems the warrant committee can solve that.
So let me just clarify, thank you both. Let me just clarify what I have is, we're going to change the inner resident C to B or C. We're going to accept 1, 2, or 3 on the second line. We're going to delete the part that begins with "for no more than," and we're going to add the part that begins within the existing. We're going to delete the current number 2, and
No, we're going to keep it.
we're going to keep it. I thought we were going to delete that. I thought you just told Mary
we
we
were
were
going
going
to keep it and say "in the neighborhood."
So are the same or less than non-compliances and setbacks or heights of other dwellings within the neighborhood? Okay, all right.
Right. And
That's
then
fine. If there's already a standard for neighborhood, then I'm okay with that. Everybody else, we're good with that? And then that means 4 becomes 4 and the last is typo. Everybody's good with that one? All right. Do I have a motion on this one?
I move that all the articles but the.
Oh, no, just do this at one first.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing with all the articles. I just want to
think
keep this one separate, that's all.
I move that we recommend, that our recommendation be this article, to approve this article as amended.
All right, and submit that language to the warrant committee as our
Well, no,
recommendation.
I mean, we don't have to vote to submit it. We will submit it because we
Okay.
like the warrant committee.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Do we have any further discussion on this one? All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Okay, on the other ones, so Cheryl,
Do we need to close the public hearing?
we probably should close the public hearing,
Make a
yes.
motion to close the public hearing on this on the zoning bylaws.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so we've now closed the public hearing. Okay, so on the other articles, Cheryl has said that she'd like to withdraw hers and, continue to move them forward. I am happy with withdrawing all of mine and continue to move them forward. I've heard Alex's comments, as I've already said, were excellent and thorough, and I appreciate them. I've heard very helpful comments for the rest, so I'm happy to withdraw them.
Yeah, I say that I echo what you just said.
Yeah.
My only, my particular article, the non-conforming business, was moved forward for a specific reason, which
Yes.
was the potential citizens article that may come forward. So I just, I withdraw it, but make aware that that's going to potentially show up either here or in May. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we evaluate which articles to focus on.
Well, I agree, and I would say that all of the articles we've had in front of us, including the 2 condo bylaw articles, come back as our discussion of priorities. And remember that we have 2 deadlines next year. We've got January for the May town meeting, and we've got next August for the October town meeting. This year, we're starting a little bit earlier for the October 2016, we're starting a little bit earlier, in fact, much earlier than we were able to do so this year. So we should keep that in mind as we look at them. Any other thoughts on the other articles? What I'd like to do is I'd like to have a formal vote to withdraw them so I can report that to the Board of Selectmen on Tuesday and the board and the warrant committee on Wednesday. So any other discussion?
Well, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I could discuss them all night, but.
And you will, but not tonight.
The night's almost over. I move that we withdraw all the articles that were proposed other than the non-conforming dimensions bylaw.
Excellent. And do we have a second on that?
Can I just ask, sorry, I should have brought this up earlier. We didn't discuss lighting at all?
No, nobody mentioned lighting, but I add that to the ones I'm going to withdraw.
Okay,
So.
all right, fine. No other comments?
Second, all right. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay.
Abstain.
I think that, Bill, you might call town council off and that at our next meeting, we can
Yes.
formulate some specific questions for town council, because it does seem to me that asking him to review well, in any event, we can formulate specific questions.
Yeah.
We prioritize.
Yeah,
So
come
that
to our next meeting
discussion.
with your top 3 priorities, and then we'll work that out among ourselves. We'll make sure it's on the agenda. And again, I think this is a very valuable process to go through, and I'm very glad that we did it. What's that thing about watching sausage being made? I think one of the most important lessons is how difficult, in fact, it is to write good zoning, especially in a constrained time frame. So I want to thank everybody who participated, and I'll report to the Board of Selectmen and the Warrant Committee. All right, so next on our agenda, and thank you for their patience, is the public hearing for Thayer Nursery. This is for special permit and site plan approval. It was continued from August 27th. As the applicant is coming forward, I'm going to run through our process. We're going to have the report from staff on outstanding items and the new information received, update from the applicant on those same outstanding items, and any others, questions from board members, testimony from members of the public, and of course I'll, as per usual, read through the rules when we get to that point, and then we will discuss what we are doing for our next meeting. So Ned, would you and your client like to come forward on Thayer? Or just you, however you want to do it. And while you're doing that, Tim or Bill, which one of you is going to report on outstanding?
So we've received an updated, clean copy of a drainage plan,
Okay.
as well as a updated stormwater report and operations and maintenance plan. I think that's all we've received since the last hearing.
Letter from the town engineer.
Also a letter from the town engineer about the drainage impacts on the town infrastructure.
Okay. Before you start, remind me, we didn't talk about, when you did your motion, were you considering that we were withdrawing the amplified sound as well, since it was an article?
We didn't, I guess we withdrew it.
Okay, I'm just double checking. We can talk about it afterwards.
I'm not sure we want to withdraw it.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, but I was thinking that it was being submitted by the Board of Selectmen rather than the Planning Board.
All right, so we will come back to that because that wasn't actually part of the public hearing. We're going to discuss it at the same time. All right, Ned, I apologize. I just had to clarify that while I was sitting in my brain. So we'll come back to it.
Good catch.
So please, go ahead.
Okay, so Ned Corcoran on behalf of Thayer Nursery. I'm joined by Josh Oldfield, and Maggie Oldfield is also present. I think as Tim suggested, the drainage plan has been submitted. It's been reviewed by town engineer. I think his comments speak for themselves, that we've had nothing else to put forward. And I think it's up to the board's discretion at this point whether the board has received enough in order to close the hearing.
All right. In that case, board members, we've received the new information. I'm hoping you've had a chance to review it. Are there any questions at this point on the information that we received since our last meeting?
Well,
If not, I'll pull it to the public.
we did today receive some material which you should hear about.
From the applicant or from
the
one of the abutters?
Commenters.
Yes, that will be that's going to be part of the public input. So
Right,
I will, yes.
exactly. I mean, you asked if there were any questions.
Oh, sorry, I meant for the applicant, but yes, that's an excellent point, and I have it in front of me, and that's going to be absolutely part of the public input. Are there any?
Has the applicant received this?
I don't know. Have you received a letter to Attorney Matthew Dunn from Kavanaugh Tachi Associates? Are you in receipt of that?
Yes, I
Okay.
received an email copy of that a little bit before 5 o'clock this afternoon. I haven't, obviously hadn't had a chance to review it.
Understood. So, anything else from board members before we open it up to the public as part of the public hearing? Any questions on the information we received from the applicant? All right. Seeing none, I would ask the two of you to step back. So we're going to open up the public hearing portion of this. Again, the standard rules: wait to be recognized before speaking, come to the table and give your name and address, speak into the microphone. When you are done, please leave the table. All questions or comments must be directed to the chair. Speakers may not cross-examine applicant, board members, or other speakers, and the applicant will be asked to respond to questions at the end of the public input section. Now, is Mr. Dunn here? Mr. Dunn, I know you have a request to make of us, so I was going to ask if you don't mind waiting to after the other members of the public speak, and then you can make your request on behalf of your client. I know they've got some information that they wanted to submit. You had a request about continuing the hearing, so I thought we'd have the other questions first and then move on. Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak at this public hearing at this point? Any other comments from members of the public? All right. In that case, Mr. Dunn, please come forward.
Thank you again. Matthew Dunn. I represent Philip Joining and John Rowe, 23 Parkwood Drive. Just to bring everybody up to speed, both the board and the public, on August 27th, I think was the last time we were before the board on this matter. Prior to that hearing, I had submitted a letter concerning the requirement in the bylaw amendment for a noise mitigation plan that Thayer submit. Since that time, I was aware that the Thayer had submitted a report dated June 12th from Ascentech. Mr. Joining and Mr. Rowe, at their own cost and expense, have retained, as the board's aware, Kavanaugh and Tachi to do a peer review of that report. Unfortunately, the report was just provided to me this afternoon, and I apologize for the delay in getting that to the board, but there was a great deal of information to process in order to give a meaningful analysis of the Ascentech report, and then to comment on conditions at Thayer in light of some investigative work that Kavanaugh and Tachi had collected. So I'm going to get into that in a moment. There's really two open matters that I'd like to discuss. The first one is the drainage plan. That was I submitted a letter to the board before the long weekend on September 4th, just requesting a continuance in order for a second professional engineer retained by Mr. Joining and Mr. Rowe, Michael Giuliano of Eagle Brook Engineering, an opportunity to review the revised site plan that was submitted by Thayer. The revised site plan, I think when we were here before on August 27th, there was a misunderstanding, I believe, as to the fact that Mr. Giuliano had been provided with the revised site plan. That had not occurred on August 27th. That document was not provided to Mr. Giuliano until September 2nd, about a week ago from today. There was a discussion in the last hearing about us providing Mr. Giuliano's peer review to this board in advance of the hearing. Due to the approximately 1 week delay in him obtaining the revised site plan, that was impossible. It requires a pretty comprehensive analysis, which is a work in progress by Mr. Giuliano, and he just needed more time. Now, I understand that a continuance can only be granted, and I did request a continuance in that September 4th letter. I understand that the public hearing had already been noticed, and a continuance can only be granted once the notice public hearing is opened, and then the request is made, and then this board moves for that. Mr. Joe Enning and Mr. Rowe are requesting that continuance, and I'd like to explain why, because I think it promotes it's in the interest of this hearing, and it's in furtherance of I think the intent of the bylaw amendment. The bylaw amendment that Thayer is utilizing to apply for a special permit has an entire subparagraph that requires Thayer to make a showing that no adverse impact on the drainage plan must show that there's going to be no adverse impact on neighbor's property, that the drainage plan will not increase water flow on the neighbor's property, and will not create ponding on the neighbor's property. All three provisions of the requirement of that subparagraph of the bylaw contemplate a full understanding by the neighbors of the drainage impact on their property. Mr. Joe Enning and Mr. Rowe are direct abutters and neighbors of Thayer Nursery. They have spent a substantial amount of money in retaining Mr. Giuliano and Eagle Brook Engineering to assess first multiple versions of the drainage plan, and now this, in particular, this drainage plan that's being this final drainage plan that's being proposed. The fact that the report is a work in progress is not Mr. Joe Enning or Mr. Rowe's fault. It's the applicants who delayed the production of that revised drainage plan to Eagle Brook and caused the delay in them generating their peer review that was requested by this board. Mr. Joe Enning and Mr. Rowe are the most impacted neighbors of Thayer's drainage plan. They're the downslope neighbors of Thayer that have already experienced a significant amount of water damage as a result of the unmitigated flow of water on the property, and they're entitled to know what the drainage plan impact is going to be to remedy that problem. They're entitled to know what's proposed, and thereafter to engage the applicant during a public hearing on its strengths and weaknesses. That's the revised drainage plan. Accordingly, and in the interest of fairness to Mr. Joe Enning and Mr. Rowe, they request a continuance of this public hearing in order to submit Mr. Giuliano's report, and then to have a in-depth discussion, a meaningful discussion on what Thayer has proposed. So that's point one of the request for the continuance. Point two has to do, and I mentioned this earlier, with the noise mitigation plan, or lack thereof, that's been presented or hasn't been presented by Thayer. The bylaw amendment has another subparagraph that talks about an applicant's requirement to provide the planning board with a plan that specifies the proposed measures that it will take to control noise created by its business operations from infringing upon the reasonable quiet and enjoyment of the butters and nearby residents. That's a requirement as part of the application process. So there's a noise mitigation plan that's contemplated. Thayer's presented no such evidence in support of its application on this point. Rather, it's submitted a site plan that is, and we had a discussion about this at the last hearing, that is malleable. There's no commitment to Thayer on the size and location of a perimeter fence that is purportedly going to act as some sort of sound mitigation for the abutters. This builds on itself because Thayer has submitted, in an effort to satisfy the requirement of this portion of the bylaw, the Ascentech report. The Ascentech report is premised on the fact that Thayer is going to construct a 10-foot sound barrier along the perimeter of its property. That's one problem with the Ascentech report. I'm going to rely on and I'll go into the report a little bit, but I think it speaks for itself of Kavanaugh and Tachi with regards to analyzing the whole the weakness of the Ascentech report if it's submitted to satisfy this subparagraph of the bylaw amendment. Again, it's premised on the erection of the 10-foot fence, which has been discussed at length, is unlikely to be constructed. And if it is constructed, it's going to be constructed at a smaller size and possibly in a different location that was contemplated in the Ascentech report. If that's the case, the Ascentech report is useless. It provides no information as to how noise is going to be controlled or mitigated to abutting properties. Even if the fence is built, however, the Ascentech report provides no evidence that Thayer has taken any measures to control sound. The Kavanaugh-Tachi report that I've submitted today proves how wholly inadequate the Ascentech report really is and how it fails to satisfy the requirements of the bylaw amendment. First, it only measures noise generated by 2 of Thayer's 16 motorized vehicles. If you have the report, part of Thayer's application is the amount of vehicles that it proposes to reintroduce to the site if the special permit is granted. And it's on Exhibit B to the Ascentech report. I'm sorry, to the Kavanaugh-Tachi report.
I only printed out, it was 28 pages, I printed out the front of it.
Okay, so you
There's-
didn't print
there's-
out the
there's
appendices,
that you
but
all
they're
have
in the
electronically.
email that we
Yes.
have, okay. Sorry, Mr. Dunn, you'll have to read it to us.
Okay. The vehicles that seek to be reintroduced to the site are a Chevy Silverado pickup, a Chevy 550 dump truck, a Chevy dump truck, a CMC top kick dump truck, a Mack dump truck, a Chevy 550 dump truck, a Sprinter van, a water tank hydro seeder, a John Deere excavator, Bobcats 1, 2, 3, and 4, a Bobcat Gator, a John Deere Gator, and a golf cart. Only two of these vehicles are the subject of the Ascentech report. The other 14, there's no mention on the impact of the noise generated by those vehicles will have on abutting properties. And in addition to that, of the 2 vehicles that are tested, they're not tested simultaneously as in simultaneous operation. They're tested individually by Ascentech on 30-second spurts. And in addition to that, they're tested at set locations, at set distances from abutting property lines. And on top of all that, the noise generated, even under those conditions, exceeds the objective standards set by DEP for allowable decibel levels. Those single vehicles operating at staged locations on the Thayer site still exceed the acceptable levels, the maximum acceptable decibel levels set by DEP. So if Thayer wants to go forward with their application at this point, and again would ask for a continuance because the noise impact needs to be more thoroughly assessed. The Ascentech report is superficial at best as to what the sound impact is going to be. I was trying to think of an analysis or analogy driving over as to what it is, and it's essentially testing a popcorn machine in Terminal A and telling East Boston that Logan Airport isn't going to generate any noise. I mean, it's not an appropriate document to support the activities that are going to be undertaken at Thayer if the special permit is granted. So, if the public hearing would close today, then the planning board should preclude Thayer from submitting any additional supplements to its application. And if that's the case, then Thayer's special permit application should be denied. In fact, it must be denied because Thayer has failed to satisfy all the requirements of the bylaw amendment. That's included in the bylaw amendment itself, that there has to be a showing that the applicant satisfies all provisions of the amendment. And that can't be done based on the information if there's plans to rely on the Ascentec report. And again, I apologize for the delay in getting the Kavanaugh-Tachi report over to you. But if you have an opportunity to read it, the actual body of the document itself is only about 7 pages without the appendix. So, I think it would be, again, based on the information that's been provided by the peer review report that's been provided by Kavanaugh-Tachi, illustrating the inadequacy of their application as to satisfying the subparagraph in the bylaw amendment with regards to noise mitigation. And also, as a matter of fairness, giving Mr. Giuliano an opportunity to thoroughly review revised drainage plan, particularly in light of the fact that my clients are going to be the most affected neighbors, abutters of that drainage plan, significantly impacted by the sound generated by Thayer, and the fact that they have expended their own money to undertake a peer review of both these very important aspects. I just kindly ask the board to keep the public hearing open, to give us an opportunity to submit that information, and to give Thayer an opportunity to supplement the information to this board as to how it plans to satisfy the subparagraph of the bylaw concerning noise.
So before I ask the board to discuss the question of the continuance, because as you stated, we had to open the public hearing before we can't continue it without having opened the public hearing. Mr. Giuliano, so our next meeting is obviously in 2 weeks, our next scheduled meeting. Would he have his report available in 1 week so that the board would have a chance to review it?
I believe that would be the case. I think that when we're in here on the 27th, the contemplated schedule was for, if the site plan had been provided to him on the 27th or day before, day after, that it would take him 2 weeks to do the turnaround peer review. I think that probably remains true. What has occurred, as I said, is that there was a misunderstanding. Right. There was a week delay in him getting that report. So that's what would necessitate the additional week.
But as part of your request, you would commit to having that done and submitted to the board?
Yes, I think that's reasonable. Yes.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
So to the board members,
Sorry, can you hear from the applicant before we go to the board?
Yeah, I just want to clarify what you're being asked. So just to make clear, you're this set of abutters, Mr. Joe Henning and Mr. Rowe, have asked that we continue the meeting to allow for the review of the report that we received today and the receipt of the drainage report that they're having prepared next Thursday. I agree, Brian, we should hear from the applicant before we begin our discussion. So Mr. Dunn, if you'll step back.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Josh, Maggie, Ned, do you have a response on that request and anything else the board should know before we discuss whether or not to continue the meeting? Or to continue the hearing, rather?
Listen to Ned first, see what he says.
I would leave it to the board's discretion.
My opinion, I think the hearing could be closed, and that's something we could address as far as I'm concerned. We have the town engineer's approval. That's a huge component here. We have our engineer, we have 2 certified people with their licenses on the line saying that this system is adequate. I just listened to a woman from the Eggleston group, and I heard what she had to say. And at the end of the day, Alex asked some questions, and that satisfies his needs with regard to that project. And what we're proposing, yes, Alex, it will have a beneficial effect. Our drainage.
Okay, great. Just to clarify, thank you all three very much. You can step back now.
And it will be a vast improvement over existing conditions. And
Okay.
that seemed to be a lot of the criteria that you were basing your Eggleston decision on.
Okay, great, thank you. Just to clarify for board members that the engineering department was asked to review the connection to the town and what impact from what theirs proposed, specifically the connection to the town and not the whole drainage plan. So, board members, what would you like to do?
I have a question as
Yes.
far as the plan being sent to the applicant. Is the plan available through the town hall office? And is it a requirement for the applicant to send it to the abutter to review? Just from the standpoint of we're hearing that the applicant wasn't supplied, but
You mean the drainage
abutter-
plan?
The drainage plan.
So, I believe it's, when did you guys receive the updated drainage
I
plan?
mean, so we received a drainage plan that on August 24th, in advance of the site walk.
Right.
That is not, I mean, in my opinion, substantially different from the one that's posted right now.
Okay.
And Mr. Giuliano got that in anticipation of the site walk.
Okay.
There were updates made to that plan and to that stormwater report that he received that came into our office at the end of August, beginning of September, that he got on September 2nd.
No changes in the stormwater report, just in they put the soil log on the plan.
Okay.
On the first page.
All right. But to the actual component structures, there was
Everything
no
else was the
change
same.
from the one that we all had at the site walk, including Mr. Giuliano. Okay. And the second thing is the applicant is required to submit documents to the board. I am not aware of any requirement that they submit anything to abutters, specific abutters outside of the board. I mean, the whole purpose, as we've discussed before in this and other public hearings, the purpose of a public hearing is for the board to gather information on the application, both in its questions to the applicant on their application and in hearing from members of the public about their concerns. Mr. Dunn, I see you, but I'm not yet recognizing you. In answer to applicants or abutters and other Milton residents who have concerns about the application. So the purpose of the public hearing is for the board to gather the information that it needs in order to make its decision. Now, part of the public hearing is, of course, hearing the questions and answers from questions and concerns of members of the public and answering those as best we can. There is no requirement that abutters need to have their own peer review studies done. That's their choice. But the information comes to the board. So, Mr. Dunn, you had a comment you wish to make?
Yeah, I understand what the requirements are legally
Right.
with regards to providing interested parties with information. It was my understanding that Mr. Giuliano's participation was requested by this board, and so providing him with all the information that is necessary for him to undertake a peer review, particularly in light of the bylaw requirements and its effect on neighbors. I think that there was an understanding, or at least an implied understanding, that this board would allow him to provide his input, given the fact that he was asked to participate by this board. So, it's difficult and cost prohibitive, as Thayer has discussed with regards to the site plan, to give a final input on something that's a moving target. And the drainage plan was a moving target until September 2nd, when the full information was provided to Mr. Giuliano, and he was able to begin his analysis once he received all the information. So, he was asked to participate. he got all the information he needed to conduct his analysis on September 2nd. There was a contemplation that he would be given 2 weeks to undertake his analysis. You know, and I think it's, you know, this is, as a matter of fairness, you know, I think he should be afforded an opportunity to submit his report, flesh out what needs to be talked about in a public hearing, and you know, then have an opportunity to close it. I mean, I know that, you know, everybody's starting to gloss over here, both with regards to tonight and in this hearing process at large. I get that. That's not lost on me. But, you know, these are two very important points that we are on, you know, we're on the goal line here with regards to wrapping this thing up and in order to complete a full vetting of what is being proposed. You know, I think it warrants a continuance to meaningfully address these two topics, and I won't waste any more of your time. Thank you.
Okay, I will say, I've got Alex, Cheryl, and then Ned, but I will say that I think gloss over is a little unfair, especially once you see what we've been working on in between meetings. So, Alex, you first.
It's 10:30. I don't think that whether we close the hearing or don't, if we close the hearing, I don't think that we're going to deliberate very much, if at all. And it seems to me that we probably, as a matter of just common sense, wouldn't start to deliberate until next meeting. So I don't see that there's any downside to granting the continuance and seeing what Mr. Giuliano may have to say.
Cheryl?
Just point of record, I guess. Did this board actually ask for Mr. Giuliano to do this? I don't recall that.
I was going to let Alex address that because I thought that's actually what he was going to say. No,
I didn't.
So there was no formal request. I mean, the applicant brought for the applicant. It is late, isn't it? The abutter had brought forward the fact that they had a drainage expert. I think we had talked about him coming to the site review, but there was no formal request from the board that they hire a drainage expert.
I just want to make that clear.
That's not my memory.
And my recollection also was that the abutters made a request that Mr. Giuliano be allowed to attend the site walk. It wasn't that we invited him to attend the site walk. I just want to have the record be clear.
Right, there's no. Ned, you had a comment you wish to make?
Yeah, as Cheryl just mentioned.
Yeah.
The town's consistently been looking for John Thompson to review and report. I think the board was happy to allow Rowan Johanning's engineer to participate in the site walk and to provide comment, but he was never asked by this board specifically to provide to serve as a peer review on behalf of the board.
Right. Yes, we did not make a formal request for a peer review consultant. That is.
I don't think I think we'd well take his information and, you know, input it into the conversation, but I don't think there's much public input to be gained after his comments.
Okay.
As we've seen tonight, it took one engineer to speak to the other engineer, and maybe we can sift through some of the information, but
okay.
I don't think there's too many people out in the public that are going to comment to his calculations or
So are you with Alex?
of the other engineers. I just don't think it's necessary to continue the public hearing.
So you would close the public hearing, but allow the, I just want to clarify, but allow these reports to come in and be discussed by the applicant. So that gets tricky. I can already see Alex moving. That gets tricky because if you have evidence coming in that's being, information that's being submitted to the board, you've already closed the public hearing, but then you're going to allow discussion of it. That is no longer a particularly clean process. So if the board wants to hear this information, then we should probably keep the public hearing open in order to receive it. So, Cheryl.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the applicant if they wanted the opportunity to respond to the Kavanaugh-Tachi report, or not, no?
Please come forward. Please come forward, Maggie.
They just got it at 5 o'clock.
Well, that's what I mean. Do they want to keep it open?
We haven't been able to review it, but that report, he referenced the 10-foot fence. The 10-foot fence was on our original proposal, which did not have any sound attenuation on it. So since that report came out, we have listened to our abutters, and they have requested the sound attenuation to be put on a fence. So we are, our noise control plan for the Johanning Row property is the sound attenuation on it. So I think we've satisfied that requirement. Also, at the last meeting, I do recall you saying that that if any reports were to come in after the public meeting was closed, you could then ask questions of either the applicant or not. So I felt like after the last meeting that the goal was to close this meeting, and we have the review from town engineer, and I just don't think it's fair to keep on extending it week after week after week. We're coming up on a year, and at some point, deliberations has to happen.
Just thought of my.
Yep, you can step back, Maggie, thank you. Yes.
Point. I thought we would just receive a written report from the abutters engineer. I mean, if you're saying that we may need him to verbally explain something to us or something, then that's necessary to keep the public hearing open, then that's just a logistics that has to be. But if we can, I mean, we certainly, like, we take the town engineer's report and we just take his report.
So that becomes the question to all of you, and Alex, I saw your hand, is if you want to simply receive the report and take it under consideration, we could probably close the public hearing. If you want the opportunity to discuss the report, or if you want to allow the applicant the opportunity to discuss the report, then we should probably keep it open. Alex?
That's my point. I mean, if this guy is an engineer, and if he is an engineer, I mean, the stuff he produces, if it's telling or material, it may be that the applicant will want to address it with their engineer, and you can't do that if you close the hearing.
Yes.
It just doesn't, I mean, I think that we should block out some time next meeting so that we can give Thayer more time than we gave them tonight. But it just doesn't seem to me to make any difference at all whether, I mean, it does make a difference, but it doesn't make any, it doesn't do them any harm to continue the public hearing until next time. Receive the report, let them respond to it, and close the hearing and go on with it.
Tim, what else other than the zoning articles for the May 2016 town meeting, what do we have for our next meeting? Anything?
There is a informational presentation on 591 Blue Hill Avenue.
Okay.
And
that was going to be 15 minutes?
If that.
Okay.
And
So
that's all
so
we've got so far.
If the board decides to continue it, we could continue it to 7:15 and have this be the first item on the agenda? Okay. And then let's not have anything else other than zoning on the agenda for that night.
We will receive this engineer's report at least a week ahead of time.
They have committed to that, yes. They have committed to that. I mean, I think one thing that we could consider is exactly what I think you both said, which is keep the public hearing open for the purpose of receiving and responding to the report only, then close the public hearing and begin the deliberations. And as part of that, you should all know that in your packet tonight was the document that Tim and I have been passing back and forth for a number of weeks, which is not, I want to stress this, it is not a draft special permit. It is the attempt to come up with the order of conditions that if the board were to grant a special permit would be part of that. It is not complete. Hang on. It is not complete. You'll see that there are comments on the side and questions throughout, but it's our attempt to go through everything that we've received so far, the application, the supplementary materials, and put it in a format that would guide that initial deliberation. It should be somewhere in the stack that was on the table tonight.
Towards the bottom, Mike.
Yeah. So I would say that
I'm looking
if
for
the
my
board
stack of
wishes to
theory.
continue for the purposes of,
That's yours.
of,
I didn't, I mean, I don't know where.
I think it's probably at the very bottom of that. If the board were to continue for the purpose of, hold on, I'm trying to talk to the board members, so. Technically, the public comment part has stopped, so all of you with your hands raised, hold on. If the board were to continue for the purpose of receiving and responding to the report, allowing both sides, then I would say we would want to close it and begin with this as our guide to deliberation. Cheryl, your hand first.
Yeah, I mean, to your point about continuing for very specific purposes,
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that my question to the applicant was, did they want to have opportunity to fully digest this Kavanaugh-Tati report and be able to address it as well?
I'm not sure that you got the answer to your question.
Right, so that's really, I just wanted to make sure, because if we're going to make it only specific to the drainage, then that would preclude discussion of this?
No, it wouldn't be, it
Oh,
would not
okay.
be specific, it would be
Okay.
specific to both
Yeah,
reports.
all right, great.
So,
I just wanted to be clear about that.
do you want to answer, I'm not sure you fully answered, do you want the opportunity to respond to these reports that are going to come with details on your?
I don't
I
know.
mean, you're not, if we close
I
the
don't know.
hearing tonight, you're still not going to get a decision tonight. There's,
No, and
That's not gonna
I
happen.
fully am aware of that.
okay.
But I do feel like there's always going to be something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have anything to say on your?
Yeah, I would recommend that we continue to the 27th, specifically to address any comments that we may have with those two reports, and that would be it, and that the board then commit to close the hearing.
And would you
24th,
commit,
not 27th.
Whatever that
24th.
date is.
would you
Whatever.
commit to deliberating as well that night?
Yes, that's what we would do.
In full?
No.
We can't commit to a vote.
No, I'm not saying a vote. I'm just saying I just would like the respect of a full night. I've been requesting a full night for months now.
I understand that, but the board, as you can see, has a great deal of stuff on its
And I
plate.
understand that as a town meeting member, I appreciate all the work, and I've attended all the workshops.
You have.
So I fully appreciate that,
Mhm.
but sometimes it just has to get wrapped up.
All right, understood. Mr. Dunn, you and your clients had some comments? Yes?
Just by one inquiry, I guess, it's just that the, Tim had indicated that just the body of the report had been circulated to members. I just wanted to make sure that I have a copy here of the full report. with
We
the-
have it, but we have the full report by email. It's just the body.
They
you
received it
printed.
electronically. I just printed out the letter.
Okay, and the full report's going to be included in the file.
Yes.
Always included in the file.
Last
Yes.
statement, can we, when the engineer's report comes in, can we make sure the town engineer gets a copy and he can give us any input he can?
Yeah.
So moved.
All right, so I'm assuming, yes, Bill?
To get to the end of your agenda before he makes his motion.
Yeah, no, he can make a motion on continuing the hearing. So you are moving to continue the hearing for the purpose of receiving the drainage report and responding to both the drainage report and the sound report.
Exactly, I was
And then-
just trying to do it in a.
Okay. And whatever you do, don't move to adjourn because we have other stuff
No,
on the
no,
agenda.
no,
Okay.
I want amplified sound to be back on the, back
All right,
on
we
the-
have that and we have 7-Eleven. Any seconds?
Second.
All right, any discussion? So just so board members are aware, we are moving to continue this solely for the purpose of receiving the drainage report on Thursday, a week from today, and responding to the report received just before the meeting tonight and the drainage report. We will then close the public hearing and move to our deliberations using this draft order of conditions as our initial guide. Everybody's in agreement with that as far as, all right, do
Well,
I?
as an initial source.
Source. Guide, source, however, yes. Anybody have any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? All right. One. Okay. This is continued to 7:15 on September 24th. We will schedule nothing else after it other than the zoning articles at the very end of this process. We will give it a full night. All right. Speaking of zoning, or in this case bylaw, amplified sound. So we just need to clarify whether we include that as one of the withdrawn articles. We had talked, I think Alex had made the proposal at a previous meeting that become a general bylaw and change to amplified sound. If you look at the language, it has amplified sound at the top and amplified music throughout. So that's an issue. General bylaw requires the Board of Selectmen to submit it. I do not know, because I haven't asked them, if they would be willing to submit it for this town meeting, given that it's no longer a planning board article and sort of out with the deal. But I am open to suggestions.
Is that really true?
Well, I don't know. I haven't asked them.
No, is it really true that no one can ask to do a general bylaw except the selectmen?
I don't know that that's true at all. Somebody else said that.
don't know.
I thought it could be the
mean,
planning
that just-
board.
That doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah, so somebody had mentioned that at a previous meeting. I don't understand why it can't be the planning board.
I think we should submit it.
Should we change music to sound? And
Just
does that increase
as
the
a quick
scope?
point on that, the
Yeah.
resident that spoke earlier about sound had actually suggested a different word altogether.
Electronic
Electronic devices or something, and I just wonder if we should.
Amplified electronic devices, that wouldn't cover leaf blowers if that's an issue, and I think that's been an
I think it
issue.
should be amplified music, and if it doesn't fly, it doesn't fly. The warrant committee has got to do the recommendation. You know, if it were amplified, I mean, that's the PA announcer at the football game.
The only question I have on that, and I do not know the answer, because we haven't had a review from John Flynn yet, I'm not even sure who knows the answer, is would it actually have an effect on the institutions? I don't, because I think that's the purpose of submitting it, but I don't know, because lighting, we can't control that. I don't know if we can do
Well, I
the.
mean, you say we can't.
I've been
I
told
think-
legally that we
Well, I
can't,
think
so.
I was
But
going
you're
to
the
ask you
lawyer,
the
so.
name of the case. Would you send it to me?
Yeah, I will do, happy
Well, you
to.
just mentioned leaf blowers. What's
If you
Sound.
look back at Newton,
yeah?
Newton does not allow leaf blowers.
Right.
Yeah, but why did you say
Which is
it?
why that's.
Because Newton is what Mike had referred to. He's a member of the warrant committee, and he brought it up at the warrant committee meeting that I went to last week.
I'm asking the question about electronic devices. Is that what triggered you just saying leaf blowers?
Because it
certainly
wouldn't
music-
cover leaf
and
blowers.
Music's certainly not going to cover it.
No, I know that, but
Okay.
you had said about whether or not, about the resident
Yeah,
asking.
that's all I was asking about. But then you brought up leaf blowers, which I wasn't even thinking about. And now I was just trying to clarify why you said that.
Okay, so I said that because his initial request was that we consider a much broader ranging noise bylaw. And then he transferred it to so that's why I brought up the leaf blowers, because although amplified music doesn't cover it, electronic devices doesn't cover it, amplified sounds might, depending on how you defined it. Well, exactly, so, but do we want to go forward with the narrower bylaw that we have in front of us, whether it's amplified music or amplified sound or electronic devices? Do we want to pull it back and consider a much larger bylaw, which would be noise in general, which is not something that we have and has come up occasionally? So you see why zoning is so much fun.
I was in Weymouth probably 30 years ago, watching a football game on Sunday, and then houses where, you could fit a car between the two houses. The guy next door ripped up with the chainsaw. People called, the police came, shut off the chainsaw.
Yeah, and there are some communities that have that. All right, Bill, Alex, Cheryl.
Are we buying a noise meter to be able to read 10 decibels over the ambient noise?
I think the whole point was that we were not having to buy a noise meter.
That's the
Alex?
beauty of it. They have to hire the meter.
I think
That is
Alex's
that is the
writing
beauty of
put the
this.
burden upon the person making
All
said
you do
noise.
is they call up the police. If you can't hear each other speak on
Shut
the
it
lot
off.
line, then the policeman goes and says, tone it down.
And
And this is, it doesn't solve the world's problems, but
Right.
it's a start. And I think that making a start on this one, where we said to the Curry people, we'll do something. And you said, we've done nothing.
You did say that, actually, come to think of it. You know what? If you want to change it back to amplified music, we'll put it forward as a general bylaw and see what happens with it.
We're going to change the top from amplified sound to amplified music?
We're changing it back to amplified music, yes. Because all of the language inside still refers to amplified music. Yeah, exactly.
My question really
Yes.
was about this. We don't have any regulation in Milton, do we, on when construction hours
I
or leaf blowing?
do
or
not believe
anything
so.
like
There's a state regulation, which I was just reading today. After having read the stuff on Thayer, I said, I should go check out 310 CMR 7.
So on a there's no regulation on a construction site to say that somebody can't be out there at 7 a.m. doing work?
Only the state regulation.
Towns,
And it is 7 a.m.
Milton may not, but towns do have regulations.
Well, I know some towns do, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
but Milton
I was
does not.
wondering whether
That is correct.
that was something that anybody has
I looked
heard about.
at the whole noise situation before I decided to address amplified music.
I suspected you had, and that's why you narrowed it down somewhat.
And, it's certain that we can discuss at our strategy session whether or not this is something to put high on the.
Well, that's it. If you bring it back to make it more inclusive for longer, it's not going to make it till 2017.
It probably won't make it into the top 3.
Well, we can we could put it forward as amplified music and then continue to talk about noise. There's nothing that precludes us from doing that.
So is this specifically, this is really specifically to address when you get
Loudspeakers in general. I mean, there is a question, does it apply to the municipality? Yeah. It'll apply to house parties. If your next door neighbor is blasting the music and you can't hear yourself think or can't hear the other person talk. Well, see, Brian, they're going to come after you now. So, Tim.
Is there a difference between a zoning bylaw and a general bylaw in terms of notice? Because this was not part of the public hearing, so general bylaw, you can just...
Anything goes.
Okay.
The warrant committee, for a zoning bylaw, the planning board is required to hold the public hearing. For all others, it goes through the warrant committee, through their regular processes.
Gotcha.
So,
I was getting a little nervous, but
yeah.
This is good.
So when it comes up to town meeting, did you publicly notice this? We'll say, well, Tim. So, all right, do we have a motion on this?
I'm sorry, so we're putting this forward to work meeting? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, we're putting it forward as a recommendation. We'll see what happens with it.
And someone can mention to the town administrator, if the selectmen should do this, have them okay it.
Yeah, well, I'm meeting with I believe I'm meeting with the Board of Selectmen on Tuesday. I will ask them anyway, so.
That'd be great.
Do I have a second on the so moved? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Against? Against? Okay. So,
Is it the hour of the night or something?
one more item on the agenda. 7-11. Where'd it go? Randolph Avenue, A&R, yes. 2 items on the agenda, what did I check off? Oh, Coulter, yes, I'm sorry. 2 items on the agenda. Amendment to special permit for Coulter Landscaping and A&R for 7-11 Randolph Avenue. Are you here for Randolph Avenue as well? If not, I'm going to take Coulter first. Come on up. Oh, you're here.
He's here. He can go. Come on up. 7-11 Randolph Ave. 7-11 Randolph Ave is the,
Sorry, I saw you talking. I was thinking maybe you were both here for the same one. My apologies. All right.
This is going on, this is November.
All right, so, Bill?
7-11 Randolph Ave is the 1 acre lot that is beside the proposed 40B on Randolph Ave. The issue came up that our zoning map that we have been proclaiming as our zoning map isn't the one that was ever approved by town meeting.
Right.
And after much discussion with town council, we found other mistakes within our zoning map. The zoning map was approved in 1997. The map that everybody looks at was 2002. In 2002, the engineers just drew a map and stuck on there saying, this is our zoning map, and that's what everybody has been using. The issue is, it was done in CAD. The parcel data that's underneath it could not be justified in what the CAD did, but I was able to find the original zoning map that we should have been using for a control, but our draftspeople wrote on the control plan and kept adding in the changes to the zoning. So it still shows that what we had over time was correct, but it shows that that 2002 plan is wrong. In order to go back and come up with a corrected zoning map, we have to go through the process of having these kind of public hearings. We have to go back and we have to go and find and make mention of all of the, there are literally dots in the middle of our plan where the data doesn't match up with what's there. Bottom line is, we have to sign 7-Eleven as Residence C, because that's what that plan shows. You have to sign off, not for the town, but for the homeowner.
And I believe you have spoken to town council about
Yes.
this, that's correct? So this is his determination that we need to sign
You
this.
have to sign it,
All right.
hold your nose and sign it.
Any questions from board members?
Who owns parcel A and who owns, is that a different owner than the person who owns Lot B?
Same owner.
So,
You sign it to say that this is Zone C.
Yes.
So that is a lot.
You're the town planner, why don't you sign it?
I can't
Well,
do it
but we can
without your
authorize
permission.
him to sign it.
Okay.
well, I'm not, I mean, Lot B is clearly not a buildable lot. But there's no real reason why it should be created if the owner of Lot B is the same as the owner of parcel A. What's the reason for that? I mean, all the lots are supposed to have frontage on a plan, and this one doesn't. You do say not a buildable lot.
And it says it's to be combined with parcel A.
So what is the
Well, I
significance
mean,
of the
why
zoning?
why isn't it already combined? Why don't you combine it by just taking Lot B out and making it part of,
Parcel A.
Because Lot A has got a house on it.
Lot A has a house on it, and and the current lot is Lot A and B, right?
You should probably state your name for the records.
Jim DeSalle from DeSalle Burke and Associates.
Thanks, just to get it on the tape.
Okay, and Lot B is to be combined with parcel A to form a single parcel containing 7 point. And parcel A has, it's in, where is parcel A? Is it all in the C zone? It's in the B zone, isn't it?
A zone.
It's an A, and
Okay.
a little sliver of it.
But doesn't parcel A need 150 feet of frontage?
But it's now
does.
C.
No, it's not C.
It's got residence C, that line there.
This is parcel A, which is A.
Confusion between.
Oh, I'm
lot
looking
A
at Lot
and
A, I'm
parcel
sorry,
A.
I'm looking at Lot A,
And
not
so
parcel A, my
you're-
apologies.
and if you don't build your Meg Lane, I mean, this is the whole reason for Meg Lane, to get frontage for the two houses they wanted to build there.
Lot A, you only need 75 feet of frontage.
What about parcel A? You're doing the same thing I did.
150 feet because it's in an A zone.
So what you're saying is without Meg Lane, parcel A is
Without
unbuildable.
building, no,
Yeah.
parcel A is an unbuildable lot.
Yes, we are adding to it.
So you're going to say parcel A not a buildable lot, right?
The way you've marked Lot B, not a
Because it's being
buildable lot.
combined.
Even if you combine it, you don't have any
Right,
frontage.
but that's what you're saying, because you are combining it, it should say that on,
No, because
like-
parcel A by itself is not a buildable lot. because it
understood,
doesn't-
but it doesn't say that, is what, I
Right,
think
it
is your
doesn't
point,
say
right?
that parcel A is not a buildable lot.
Right.
But we're only dealing with this lot.
Not if you're adding it to parcel
No,
A.
it's the same owner.
But you're saying right here that it, number 4 in the title block under general notes, Lot B is to be combined with
yep.
parcel A to form a single parcel containing 7.89 acres.
Right.
So it
and
is-
it- by implication,
Yeah, we're
you
not
say
going
it's
to put a record plan
buildable.
in.
Right.
So you're going to have to put not a buildable lot on
Parcel A.
parcel A.
It's a separate lot.
You
But
can
you're
say
combining it with
whatever
Lot
you
B.
want to, but it's a
We're making it
lot.
more non-conforming
It's
by adding
already
land to it?
non-conforming, but you're making it more because you're adding land to it.
Right, it's an even more non-conforming lot.
How is that more
after what you
non-conforming
do.
by adding
It's
land?
it's not conforming now.
You've got no
But
frontage.
you're making it more non-conforming by adding more land to it.
You're not addressing the current
bigger it is, the more
nonconformity.
non-conforming it is.
I didn't,
All right, well, you take that to your people and say that we've,
So are you making a motion to approve it subject to not a buildable lot being
Right,
added to
right,
parcel A
exactly.
and allowing to Bill to sign off on it?
yeah, I move that Mr. Clark be authorized to endorse this plan as not requiring subdivision approval, so long as parcel A is clearly delineated. Parcel A, Bill, not
Got it, right here.
Lot B. Parcel A is clearly delineated as not a buildable lot.
Do I have a second on that?
second.
All right, do I have any discussion on that?
Let's see how Brian does on this one.
I'm fine on this one. I'm with
Okay.
you.
Seeing no discussion, all those
He's
in
already got his hand
favor?
up also.
All right, excellent. Now we have one last
Get that?
thing. Bill, you'll take care of that?
Got it.
Ned,
We have to have a
thank
long
you for the
meeting.
reminder that was something else
We
here.
have a long meeting.
We have a,
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for allowing me to remind you.
I went to the doctor for today, and which
We have a,
day was
uh,
not
dis-
kicking it at all.
this is not a public
Some
hearing, by the way. This is a request on an amendment, guys, for the special permit for culture landscaping. Ned, would you like to explain why you're here?
Yeah, so Ned Corcoran, I'm here on behalf of Tom Coulter. If you recall, in 2013, you granted special permit and site plan approval for landscaping greenhouse residential development in accordance with the bylaw that was passed in 2012. I have copies of site plans. If you recall, on the property next door where the issue arose has been sold and new owner. And the new owner and Mr. Coulter have a very nice relationship. And the property boundary, the property boundary along the westerly side, the common boundary, had a fence that went from the southwesterly corner by the back of the barn about a third of the way up towards Atherton Street. And from there, it was infilled with a not very healthy hemlock green barrier. The new owner of the abutting property, James Kingston, and Mr. Coulter have agreed on a modification to that, and what they've agreed on is a fence that would be 7.5 feet tall, that would run the entire length of the property. It would look like that. It would be 6 foot of cedar plank with 18 inches of lattice on top. It would run essentially the entire length of the property, and then the hemlocks and other that are healthy enough to be transplanted onto the Kingston property and infilled with other hemlocks. It is a minor modification to the site plan. It improves conditions between the two properties. They are anxious to install a fence and plant the arborvitaes, and so I would ask the board to approve this as a minor modification. I have a form of modification for the board to sign if it so determines that would be appropriate.
Brian?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, this is just along western?
Just along the westerly side. There's no other change to the site plan that was previously approved as part of the earlier special permit.
Okay, Charles?
To be clear, so that lighting layout is already there?
It's already there. And a certificate of occupancy, the appeal, there was an appeal that had been filed by the prior abutter. That appeal has been dismissed. There is a certificate of occupancy that was recently issued by Mr. Prondak with respect to all of the requirements of the site plan as then voted. All of the lighting is at levels that are required. It's possible that we may be back with a more formal amendment to address some minor changes to the site plan, but those, because they would potentially increase impacts, I think would require a public hearing, public notice, because this is a reduction in impact. It's a minor modification to what was previously voted. I think the board has the authority to grant this as a minor modification without public hearing, and I think the board has done that, at least in a couple of matters that I've had recently, particularly at 50 Elliott Street.
Questions? Alex?
I want to do a motion.
Okay.
I want to move to authorize the construction of a fence as shown in the illustration along the Kingston-Coulter common border with relocated hemlocks and arborvitaes as shown on the plan of land for 919 Blue Hill Avenue, revision September 9th, 2015. To be evidenced by a writing from you, Tim, setting forth these conditions and getting the concurrence of James Kingston. That's the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second. Oh, I wanted Alex to get it from me this time.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, unanimous?
We had expected a letter, we hadn't received it from the abutter.
Okay, if you get it, please forward it to, or when you get it, I should say, please forward it to Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, that clears off our agenda for tonight. So our next meeting is going to be the presentation that Tim referenced earlier, Thayer, and then a discussion of zoning and process after Thayer. So, do I have a motion to adjourn? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you all very much.